cause I'm feeling too much confidence on that heavyweight flex. I've been earning and working, everybody want this. I'm untouchable, stacked up Greek god. I got the thunder and lightning, energy rush. I've been winning and winning since the day I was made. Bet you wanna be like me. I'm always on top of the game. Ain't never gonna touch second place. Nah, never. I'm always on top of the game. You know that I win. It's contagious, begin to recognize. I know you're jaded, but get up and revive. Ooh, intoxicated, get ahead of time. Inebriated, it's time to rectify. Don't tell me to wake up. It's not enough. Asleep on a wheel, not attempting to feel. You don't know who you are, but I feel like I'm in a dream. I'm in a dream now. I'm in a dream now. In a dream, reaching for the surface, and when I let it go, you bring it back to me.
I was born a champion, got the heart of a winner, and I'll never give up, no, I'll never surrender, 'cause I'm a winner, I'm a winner. You are skin. I'm sick of lonely nights and suffering. Oh, girl, you can find yourself somebody else to go through it. Feel the way it's crumbling. Oh, your fairy tales never look like this. You know your heart's kinda troubling. Oh, yeah. Oh, your little lies, you're so full of it. Yeah, you're so caught up. Yeah, you're so caught up. It makes me nauseous. All of the wrong things. That was the only time when you showed me. But I'm doing well now, 'cause you don't know me. Yeah, and you don't know me. Yeah, but I'll make it right here. Got the whole squad wild, champagne flying, rocking all over the room. Feel the way it's coming in, oh. Feel the way it's coming underneath your skin. I'm sick of lonely nights and suffering, oh. Girl, you can find yourself somebody else to go through it. Feel the way it's crumbling, oh. Oh, your fairy tales never look like this. You know your heart's kinda troubling, oh yeah. Oh, your little lies, you're so full of it. Yeah, you're so caught up. Yeah, you're so caught up. It makes me nauseous. All of the wrong things. That was the only time when you showed me. But I'm doing well now, 'cause you don't know me.
Yeah. It's lights, camera, action over here, boy. I'm the paparazzi's finest. Sit back and watch the show. Woo! The fire burn in my soul, the passion in my eyes. My people starve, the hunger pains feed my desire. And I desire a throne, a scepter with a castle. I'm the king of this jungle, they call me Mufasa. It's simple, I'm sonning these dudes. On my Usain Bolt, yeah, I'm running these dudes. I try to explain, I'm not the norm. When I'm in rare form, we still on the runway. I ain't even airborne. Keep my windows tinted so they don't know who's in it. I ain't afraid of the dark, I was raised in it. My sins is unrepentant, my words is authentic. I tried to come clean, my heart wasn't in it. Lazy boy living, the squad is so turned. Shaking their heads like men and boys and never learn. Who gon' stop me though? Until the curtain close, pull up a chair, sit back and watch the show. You know, say my name in the streets and they say, Dr. God, I can feel the hate, yeah, they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show. You know, say my name in the streets and they say, Dr. God, I can feel the hate, yeah, they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show. I got champagne wishes and caviar dreams. Had them haters bow down and kiss the ring. They offer the inch, I took the whole thing. My side piece is ratchet, but my lady's a queen. They ain't loyal, but that don't make my blood boil. The game is deep rooted, I was raised in the soil. Lights, camera, action, paparazzi attraction. What's next for 'em? You know the streets asking. I'm self-made, CEO, I'm self-paid. The game's thirsty and I'm a glass of lemonade. These boys must got me twisted, French braids. I'm so disrespectful, spitting on their graves. I'm trying to bury them 6 feet at the cemeterium. I'm offended the blogs will try to put me next to them. Who gon' stop me, bro? Until the curtain close, pull up a chair, sit back and watch the show. You know, say my name in the streets and they say, Dr. God, I can feel the hate, yeah, they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show. You know, say my name in the streets and they say, Dr. God, I can feel the hate, yeah, they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show. I've been knocked down but never out. I hit that canvas but never seen more than a 6 count. I'm the reason they packed the arena. I'm the reason these young girls is at the top of their lungs screaming. Camera phones flashing, everybody clamoring. These clowns jacking my style, they wanna be him. Before I blew, I told them what I'm about to do. Now watch the SHO.
What's it gonna be? Now I'm lonely, I'm ready for this love, don't set me free. What's it gonna be? Now I'm lonely, I'm ready for this love, don't set me free. What's it gonna be? Now I'm lonely, I'm ready for this love, don't set me free. What's it gonna be? Now I'm lonely, I'm ready for this love, don't set me free. I gave my love like you asked me to. You stole my trust. Now this time is through. All I asked from you is time together. All you gave is hurt. What's it gonna be? Now I'm lonely, I'm ready for this love, don't set me free. What's it gonna be? Now I'm lonely, I'm ready for this love, don't set me free. What's it gonna be? Now I'm lonely, I'm ready for this love, don't set me free. What's it gonna be? Now I'm lonely, I'm ready for this love, don't set me free.
It's a long way to the top, but I'm good for it. It's a long way to the top, to the top. A lot of people thought that I would stop, but I knew I could do it. I knew I could do it. Hey. Early morning you can catch me grinding. Late night and I'm still putting in time, 'cause I knew I could do it. I knew I could do it. Hey. I put in work around the clock, you do on occasion. Hard work pays off, you minimum waging. I'm not like you, I work till I'm making. You give up on your dreams and you only like 3 days in. Fight for what you want, don't quit at the weigh-in. Don't treat your life like a joke unless your last name's Wayans. Learn from other people's mistakes, you don't have to make them. Some people have to fail to understand what I'm saying. I get it, I know so, they messed up, I won't go. I work too hard and too long to make mistakes that I know so. They might talk down on me now 'cause they gave up on their own goals. If you live in a glass house, you should be scared of a stone throw, so it's a long way to the top, to the top. A lot of people thought that I would stop, but I knew I
I can prove it. Started just me in a dream, then I turned that into me leading a whole movement. Everybody around me eating, cause I wouldn't take a seat when they told me to chill out, they keep it a bill. Now my visions weren't what they were seeing. I get a check now, yeah. Look at my neck now, yeah. Full of baguettes now, yeah. Can't help but flex now, yeah. My come up with some commas, can't tell I'm a comma chameleon. That means I don't need to be in your face, you should know I'm out chasing these millions. You gon' see it when I pull up in that skirt. Ask me how I did it, putting in that work. It's a long way to the top, but I work hard and trust no obstacle will stop me till I'm 6 feet in the dirt, you heard?
It's a long way to the top. A lot of people thought that I was tough, but I knew I could do it. I knew I could do it. Hey, early morning you can catch me grinding. Late night and I'm still putting in time, cause I knew I could do it. I knew I could do it. Hey. I knew I could do it. Hey.
The dream's about to happen. It's evolution. The dream's about to happen. It's evolution. It's evolution. It's evolution. The dream's about to happen. It's evolution. The dream's about to happen. It's evolution. It's evolution. It's evolution.
You got me waiting all night long. You got me numb, confused. Cause you are beautiful. Hold it down. You got me wrapped up all night long. Goodbye to the passion fruit. It's what you are. Beautiful. It feels like I'm running life. 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 Feels like you got me moving all night long. You got me mesmerized. Cause you are beautiful. You drag me down the rabbit hole. And now I'm in paradise. It's what you are. You're beautiful. It feels like I'm running life. 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 It feels like I'm
Come stand a little closer, I'll drop dead. I know you heard about what I said, yeah. I don't need much, but I need you in my bed. Really, cause I can't take it any longer in my head, yeah. So, darling, yeah, oh, I've been falling, yeah, I've been falling for you. Summertime blue in your eyes, know you. Looking for a vibe in your life, so darling, yeah, oh. You've been running for way too long. Can we find love, or is that too much? Baby, are you down? When you touch down, yeah, tag me with the pound. You owning the town. So tell me when you touching down. So I could come around. I know that you don't mess with no clowns. I know that you down. Yeah, oh, we're only starting, but I'm falling for you right now, girl. I know it's crazy, but you know things get hazy when I'm in your world. So, baby, where you been all my life when I was always down on the pavement? touchdown, yeah, tag me with the pound. You owning the town, 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 town. So tell me when you touching down, 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 down. So I could come around, round, 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 round. I know that you don't mess with no clowns. I know that you down, down, down. is that too much? That too much. Baby, are you down, 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 down? When you touch down, yeah, tag me with the pound. You owning the town, 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 town. Tell me when you, oh, when you touching down, 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 down. So I could come around, round, 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 round. I know that you don't mess with no pounds. I know that you down, down, down. Yeah, oh, we're only starting, but I'm falling for you right now, girl. I know it's crazy, but you know things get hazy when I'm in your world. So, baby, where you been on my life when I was always down on the pavement? I was out waiting in my station, you to lift me up and take me places. So, darling, darling, yeah, yeah, oh, I've been falling, falling, yeah, yeah, I've been falling for you. Summertime blue in your eyes, know you. Looking for a vibe in your life, so darling, darling, yeah, yeah, oh. You've been running, running, you've been running for way too long. Can we find love, or is that too much? Need to know. Baby, are you down, 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 down? When you touch down, yeah, tag me with the pound. You owning the town, 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 town. Tell me when you, oh, when you touching down, 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 down. So I could come around, round, 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 round. I know that you don't mess with no clowns. I know that you down, down, down.
Hello and welcome back to the Spring Split PCS playoffs, brought to you, of course, by Carry Live, Riot Games, and iHotel. Now, we've semi-final time here at the studio, and honestly, we've got such an exciting series ahead of us. Both teams looking really formidable. I'm your host tonight, Vestian, and of course, I am joined by not only Shock, but Amalg also.
Yeah, good to be back. Yeah, we're sitting next to each other now.
Yeah, we are. All right.
Yeah, so exciting times. I want to sort of get your feelings on how this series will look. I think I'll start with you, Shock. What do you think we're looking for in this series?
Oh, I mean, I'm really hoping it goes the distance. I would probably predict a 3-2. Which way, I'm honestly not sure. Maybe I'd favor CFO just because of how they pushed PSG. But I think, it's real difficult to actually predict this. Obviously, last time CFO and Frank took each other on, it did go the distance, and it was CFO that reverse swept Frank. But since then, I think both teams have changed a lot, right? That was kind of in that series, solo kill on Frank Esports was playing a lot of tanks. Since then, it's certainly changed his tune. And it's real difficult, I think, as well to say, with yesterday's series, was it just Frank has really leveled up, or did Impunity kind of fall apart at the last moment? So, honestly, really hard to tell, but I hope CFO take a 3-2.
Yeah, I mean, I also hope it goes to 5 games. I'm personally leaning more towards Frank. We saw yesterday, of course, they took down Impunity 3-0. Definitely arguable whether or not that was, the same Impunity that we saw take PSG to 5 games previously in the playoffs. But definitely, I think Frank as a whole looking much more cohesive than they have in the past, and really just seems like they found their footing.
Yep, absolutely. I agree with both points that you guys have made here. And I think I want to sort of touch on, what do you think the most important roles are going to be in this sort of best of 5? Do you think we're looking at top, the likes of solo kill against Rest? Because in the last best of 5 between these teams, it was predominantly solo kill playing those tanks. He played a Jax game, they lost that one, but for the most part, he was on sort of these tank picks, which is not traditionally how he likes to play. We've heard in his interview he didn't want to play tanks anymore. And Rest had the better of him pretty much the whole series long. So that's where I'm sort of looking to. Do you guys kind of agree? I mean, Amalg?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like solo kill, I think especially on that Malphite game, he's proven that even on the tanks, which he doesn't really prefer, he can still have such a big impact in these games. I think that really just speaks to his skill as the top lane. I think that top lane, once again, similar to the yesterday series, is going to be a big focal point for this match.
Yeah, I think I have to agree as well that top lane probably is the place where we'll see a lot of those interesting picks come out. It was actually in this last series between the two teams that we saw the first appearance of Heartsteel Kennen, and we also saw Rest Mordekaiser in game number 5. So there's definitely potential for some of the different champs. As we'll get a team lineup on your screen here: Rest, Gemini, Jimmy and Shun, and Slay True. And maybe the second place I want to look is actually in that mid lane, because it feels like Jimmy and Pretender have both been, pretty big carries for their team as of late. And while it's maybe more of like an ADC focused meta, I think if your mid lane can bring up something big, it means a lot.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's very true. And I also want to sort of touch on the supports in this best of 5. I feel like between Slaytru and Kaiwing, they've kind of been the predominant playmaking supports. They've really had a good showing. Do you think sort of anything about that, Amalg?
I feel like Kaiwing brings a lot more experience to the table, and I think that, especially on the Nautilus we saw yesterday, he was just, such a driving force in, finding those key picks for Frank Esports. So I definitely do agree that Slaytru plays a much similar role, maybe, lacking that experience that Kaiwing has, but still being able to find those key picks when it does matter.
Yeah, absolutely. And here you do see Solo Kill, Hollow, Pretender, Eminem, and Kaiwing. So again, I want to say in the last best of 5, Pretender perhaps didn't look so strong. He had a really, really nice Talia game there where he set up some really nice Weaver's walls for a Malphite ult and then followed up with the shove. I think he had like a couple 3-mans and even a 4-man in that second game of that series. So I think that looking to him, he hasn't looked the strongest recently, I want to say. He did play pretty well against Mission yesterday, who was, you'd argue, the best sort of mid, especially when it comes to the laning. Do you think that he's possibly could show us something different in this game, or do you think they'll tend to try and get him the likes of the Talia and the Control Mages?
Yeah, I think at this point the meta is fairly set in stone. At least it feels kind of like that as the playoffs have gone on. Everyone kind of knows what they want. But I do think that the kind of champs you might prioritize against Jimmian are a little bit different, because Jimmian as well kind of likes to play more for the scaling, more for the team fight, and that offers you a bit more freedom compared to, up against Mission, it's all about the laning phase. We will get a stats comparison here though between those two supports you were bringing up earlier, and XP difference at 8 is one thing that's very high here for Kaiwing, and that normally manifests in being level 6 first for that Herald, which oftentimes can swing the game in your favor.
Yeah, and do you think, we saw it in their last series, a lot of the games did sort of start and end around either the first or second dragon fight, even if there was no real soul in a lot of those games. Do you think we're going to see the same thing here? Amel?
Yeah, I feel like yesterday was a bit of an anomaly where Frank Esports, they kept drafting these compositions where they can just, get ahead early on and then snowball that lead continuously. And they had champs that would really good at setting that up. Off the back of Kaiwing, once again, with those stats we saw earlier, I think that is definitely going to be a big part in the series again.
Yeah, absolutely. We do now head into our champion select, and I think, no surprise to anyone, Frank has banned that Vi on the red side, especially against Gemini, followed by Varus, and on the blue side from CFO, we see Sejuani and Xayah banned. So I think pretty traditional bans all around here. I think interestingly to note, I believe it is maybe Frank. One of these teams, I can't remember now, doesn't really play Gragas, who has been really pivotal in a lot of these champ selects, as well as in the games. It must be CFO, because I remember Solo Kill having a really good Gragas game.
Yeah, I think, honestly, though, I'd be sort of surprised to see either team prioritize Gragas now, because if Solo Kill doesn't really want to play that anymore, I mean, it's hard to say, right, because it's less of a full tank. It's more like the Malphite, right, where it's a bit of both, but we'll have to see
whether or not... to do a good job on it yesterday.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, absolutely. It is the Aurelia band here against Solo Kill, and I mean, that tends to lean towards the fact that maybe CFO are looking to blind pick this Gnar. They had done it quite a few times in their series against PSG, which they showed really, really good results, honestly, and it came down to the wire, but Gnar hovered here. Wouldn't be surprised to see it locked in, considering there is an Aurelia band.
Yeah, the main question I have around that is it matched by the cannon? It's something that's kind of risen in priority a lot throughout the playoffs, and does decent into the Gnar, I think. With that Aurelia banned away, I mean, there is other stuff you can pick up, stuff like the Jax, but no, it will be that Jace first pick locked in instead. So it does remain a flex, but now Frank, they can go towards the Gnar if they want.
Yeah, and Solo Kill has looked really good on this champion, so definitely like it as a pick. Maokai has actually risen a lot in priority, especially around the last 2 weeks. Ever since those nerfs, he kind of dipped down, but now he's back into meta, and I actually kind of already in the early draft worry a little bit for Frank, because Jace has kind of seemed unstoppable in these games, and he was banned for the vast majority. It will be Maokai locked in here, so you open yourself up to something like an AD mid. Could be possible here for the side of Frank. Do you think we'll see something like that, Amalk?
Oh, I'm not too sure. I'm still just honestly thinking about that Jace. I feel like having that as a flex is just so powerful for the side of CFO. We've seen, I think, both Rest and Jimmy do a great job on it, and it's one of those picks that really just starts to come online at around the 2-item mark. So definitely going to be a huge power pick for CFO. Aphelios though, locked in for the side of Frank.
Yeah, I like the Aphelios. I think taking an ADC that can build a lot of lifesteal is very, very good up against the Jace. And obviously Aphelios, has several sources of it with the BT, the overheal, as well as just his inbuilt lifesteal. Looks like Gragas will be prioritized on the other side. This might get locked in. It does offer you an AP jungler, although at least one of Gemini's favorites does get locked in.
Yeah, so really, really strong in the early stages of the game with that Elise, and both teams have hovered the Tristana, which at this stage you have to think is a mid laner, especially after what Yubao was doing with that champion, and I didn't hate it, that's for sure. It was pretty crazy, but it is hovered here, and with that AP jungler in Elise locked in, you can look towards it, but Nautilus potentially prioritized here, does do well into the Aphelios by sort of just that point and click ultimate that can catch him out.
Well, when the Jinx is picked up.
Okay.
Now, last series between these two teams, the Jinx was banned away from Shun a lot of the games, and I believe when he got it, I had a very good performance on it. Now, Frank, you have kind of a tough decision to make, because if you don't pick an AD mid here, you kind of run the risk of them all being banned out with the Maokai. Alternatively, though, you kind of feel like dropping support could be an issue. Looks like they will prioritize that Tristana, and it is locked in.
Well, we'll have to see if they can utilize this champion to the sort of extent that PSG could. I'm not sure if they can, but I mean, we haven't seen Pretender on this champion yet, so it will be exciting. And as you see, it's sitting at a 100% win rate at the moment, so at least by stats, it is looking pretty formidable as a champion. Blitzcrank is the ban here, and that is a takeaway, I have to say, from Slaytrue. He's played that champion a couple of times, and even in their last series, game number 5, he landed a crucial hook onto Eminem on the Aphelios, which kind of sealed the deal for that series, so I mean, maybe it's a bit of PTSD, but it is taken away in any case, so I do like that. We'll see what the next ban is. What do you think, like, the sort of dynamic here is in terms of the draft phase? Do you think there's anything special going to come out here? I mean, we've already seen the Tristana. What are your thoughts there, Amal?
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like Frank, they should just ban another support here. I feel like this Aphelios is so vulnerable to those hook champions, and I think that CFO, dropping that, you would expect, that pool to be pinched a little bit at least. I'm thinking probably like a Nautilus ban here, or potentially the Thresh. Or maybe you don't want to ban the Thresh if you have Aphelios, though.
Yeah, it's tough because I think both teams might actually want the Thresh here just for that little bit of survivability. But, you know, Frank obviously have the first dibs on it if they want. And CFO, I wonder, do they continue to ban just those counters for the Jace? Remains a flex though. Maybe taking away Pretender. Okay, so they banned the Sana. I was going to say taking away the Talia could be the play, but obviously with Tristana already locked in, does not need to be.
Ooh, Rakan.
Rakan.
Okay, I'm not sure I would prefer that. I definitely like taking away that Thresh more just because, you know, synergizes so well with the Aphelios already. And like you mentioned, you know, Jinx also plays pretty well having that Thresh in their back pocket. Rakan, though, I mean, definitely a playmaker, and Kaiwing has shown a lot of promise on those champions. Coming back to the Thresh, though, I would like to see it.
Yeah, so surely if Thresh is locked in, this will be answered by Nautilus, you would have to think.
Yeah.
What else could you pick? I mean, I guess you could go like the Jinx Lulu. Yeah, I was thinking that, but it does seem a little bit risky, and I think it doesn't synergize that well with the Elise. I think having the Nautilus does make the most sense, and then we get to see, is that Jace going mid or top? I think it is a bit better of a blind mid. Obviously, like, you know you're into the Tristana here, but do you want this just to be your blind top up against solo kill that, you know, has been... I mean, maybe you could go the likes of the Gnar, but if you've banned Malphite and Sion, that kind of suggests Jace is just going top, right?
You'd have to think so, and I want to point out, at the moment, Frank's team composition is very, very similar to what PSG were running with this Tristana. They did have the Aphelios Thresh. The only difference so far is, instead of Wukong or Sejuani, it's the Maokai, but you have to feel like the Maokai actually offers them more sort of disengage when it comes to those sort of 4v5s we tended to see, while the Trist is out split pushing, so... I like the draft from Frank so far, and it is Cassante, so we will see Jimmy's Jace once again. It's been really, really strong here in the PCS, so definitely don't hate it. But what will be the answer now into this Cassante? Well, we see the Jax. It's a matchup we've seen, honestly, a lot of times. When hovered though, does add a bit more AP to your AD heavy comp.
Yeah, definitely also a pick we've seen a lot into this Cassante as well. I think it's weird the CFO chose to ban Malphite and Sion and then opt for the Cassante instead.
Yeah.
It feels like there's better things you can ban there, especially since you know that solo kill doesn't really like the tanks that much anyway.
Yeah, that was really strange to me. I feel like if you are just committing to that, you might as well just ban some of the tops, like, you know, counter Cassante, but maybe something like the Malphite is a bit too difficult for Jinx without the Thresh, because you have to feel that Frank will always be able to take the Thresh away. So maybe that's their thinking, but honestly, I'm not too sure. Solo kill, though, he does get off his tank and onto the Gwen. Is a, you know, I think a very difficult champ to deal with. Now, Jimmy might be playing Cassante mid.
Okay.
I think it was played by Nesty earlier in the split.
Yeah.
Looked really good too when Nesty played it, so wouldn't hate it. And you have to feel it's going to be a bit of a wall that Tristana isn't going to be able to really take down. Maybe early stages will get lane advantage, which, in fairness, is sort of really impactful between these two teams, as we know both of them like to prioritize around this dragon, especially in the early stages of the game. Have to see how that matchup plays out. It's definitely not one we've seen yet, and I mean, I'm interested to see if Pretender can pilot the Tristana in the same way that Yubao was able to. I feel like Yubao and how he played it was really just a one person on the side, and then it was just left for a 4v5 almost around these objectives. And I'm just not sure that Frank have the team cohesion that PSG do.
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely very excited to see how this does pan out. Definitely big, you know, boots to step into after we saw Yubao have such a performance on it before, like you said. It definitely is one of those picks that can be, you know, quite hit or miss. It does scale well and does snowball pretty well as well. But yeah, definitely a tough bar to walk across, especially when you're up against a jungler like Elise as well. You can be punished very easily if you know, overextend too much in lane.
Absolutely, and we will be now heading onto the Rift for our semi-finals here between CFO and Frank. Last series we had between them did start off 2-0 in favor of Frank, ended up in a reverse sweep, but we'll see, is there going to be anything different in this one?
We're about to find out, but one thing I want to quickly bring up is that Frank have actually played the Tristana Elise before, and it was up against Hellpigs, and they did eventually lose after 42 minutes. So obviously I think the meta has changed quite a bit since then. This time obviously it's the Tristana Maokai, but similar in effect, right, of terms of being able to provide that gank setup, have some sort of early pressure on the map. But since then, I think I believe the overheal wasn't a thing last time, and also this time has a lot more scaling around him. Has obviously the Gwen and Aphelios that can help you carry that late game.
Absolutely, and I feel a little bit worried here, honestly, for solo kill. He obviously thought he was kind of counter-picking into that Cassante, but with rest on the Jace, you've seen him carry a lot of games, especially when he gets those sort of carry champions. And you feel like priority in the lane will almost certainly be given to that Jace, and we've seen what that champion can do if he's allowed to sort of scale up and get to the mid game. Honestly, though, it is okay for Frank in some ways because they will most likely have that second item Bloodthirster on both Pretender and Eminem, so maybe that's some way to work around it.
Could be, yeah, as there is honestly just a lot of scaling here for both teams, right? Something like the Jinx Jace obviously is quite strong in the later stages, but on the other side, Gwen, Tristana, Aphelios, certainly a back line that is going to be dealing a lot, and it's kind of interesting, I think, to see the teams draft these ways. Obviously, they've got some sort of balance of they have the scaling, but they also have tools to kind of play for the early game. And I think that kind of makes sense more for what those teams are now, right? Like earlier on in the split, it kind of felt like both CFO and Frank were a bit more all in on the early game, whereas it feels like now, you know, the teamfight execution has kind of got to the point where they want to be able to find a lead early game, but they're no longer so reliant on it that the game's just over if they don't.
One thing I do like is that CFO, they have, you know, both teams actually have, you know, relatively similar comps, like you said, you know, both in terms of scaling. Oh, actually, in the bot lane, a little bit of trading going on.
Yeah, a little bit of trading coming, getting quite low down there. It is Ignite used by Slay True, so one summoner spell down, but it is a lot of health traded back there for the side of CFO. So early advantage, you'd have to say, is going to them, at least in this bottom lane.
Oh, Gemini, he's around. Wants to make something happen.
Looking for a dive, at least definitely one of the best champs at doing this. Is going to force them off the wave already, so bit of a disastrous start in the bot lane here for Frank.
Yeah, they're going to have to walk away. Hollow's pathing down, but he's not here yet. And this really messes up Hollow's clear, I think, as well. He is almost here, though, and there's a ward. CFO have to be careful how long they stay around.
It is heal used. The flash is also by Slay True, as we're seeing a lot of health bars getting really low here. Gemini is going to be hooked up, but is okay to escape for now. As Hollow comes in, knocked back onto Slay True. It will be first blood given to Eminem on the Aphelios, and all of those minions lost is kind of gone to waste now with that first blood. Gemini slowed up by the sapling. Are they able to follow this up? Another one lands. Rappel is almost going to assert his demise. It will be another kill. Frank pick up 2.
Definitely not the start of the game you wanted there, and I think CFO really overstayed their welcome, right? They had a massive lead for themselves in the bot lane, but the ward wasn't placed deep enough, and maybe they thought that Hollow would just be clearing towards that top side, but actually changed up his path reactively to be there, and now Frank find themselves within a 1,000 gold lead.
Yeah, overall, it looked like a pretty good play for CFO starting off, but definitely just, you know, sticking around a bit too long, getting a bit too aggressive. Take a look at how it all panned out. You can see that CFO, they're slowly stacking up the wave, and this is one of the earlier trades which got Frank so low in the first place and was able to create that pressure for the CFO bot lane and for Gemini to respond with this gank. But, you know, as the wave starts crashing in, they do actually deny a lot of CS, so it's not the worst for CFO, and Gemini unfortunately misses the cocoon. But, you know, at this point, it's really kind of a win, as long as you can keep Frank away from the minion wave for like the next, you know, 5-10 seconds. But, you know, giving Hollow so much time to, you know, make the rotate and still choosing to stick around is definitely not the best.
No, Hollow walked all the way down for red buff, and it was a little unfortunate for CFO, who flashed forward just before the ward showed, and it feels like after that you are in a really rough spot. Maybe could have killed Hollow here if the Jinx W hits, but it obviously had the flash, and I believe Nimbus Cloak even to get away, so probably couldn't. And I think importantly, Eminem did pick up one of these kills, and we've seen what happens when this guy gets snowballed.
Definitely pops off. I think that 3-man Bramble Smash rather from Maokai really did seal the deal for Frank as well. So well played from Frank. Good response overall to, you know, the early game aggression from CFO.
Yeah, now we see them taking away the Raptor camp here, and looks like they are using this early lead to actually gain some more gold onto Hollow as well, denied away from Gemini, and you definitely like to see that. I mean, they're getting control over this dragon. Of course, it has spawned, and with their lead and also priority in the bot lane, they could perhaps look towards it, although it wouldn't be the safest necessarily.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see them look for it, especially with Tristana having a lot of priority over Cassante in that mid lane. I have to see now if Hollow just starts it up. You kind of think it should be free. Yep, there's a ping onto it, and he does start it up. There's a lot of wave clear as well from Frank bot lane. So this should just be picked up, and pretty early into the game as well. I think Infernal as well is probably the best singular dragon, right? Like if we're just ignoring the soul, I think it got nerfed a little bit, but it was at some point 6% extra APAD, which is pretty substantial when you're playing a team of, you know, kind of like 4 carries. Depends what Maokai builds, obviously.
Overall, though, you know, Frank having a very good start to this game so far. We mentioned before, both team comps do have heavy scaling, but Frank being able to get this little head stun, little boost into the early game. Oh, Eminem sidestepping that hook.
Wide. Is he able to clip the lantern here? He's going to get snared up, and we will see Eminem going down. Unfortunately, it is Gemini who picks it up, so you probably prefer that onto the Jinx, but importantly, a kill traded back, and now gold's all even.
It is, and I think, you know, while maybe you would prefer it on Shun, I think given that the Gemini's Elise here is solo AP, it's probably fine that he gets it. You know, we'll still be pumping out quite a lot of damage. I think Elise in general, if there is no magic resist built against her, does do some pretty ridiculous damage, as we'll get a replay of this.
Yeah, Frank, they take out the Infernal Drake, but kind of greedy passing here from Eminem. I think the sidestep on the hook is really good, but you know, after that, once you get rooted and CC chained, it's really all over. And you can see Slaytrue just kind of sitting on the lantern, but it doesn't really matter. Eminem just can't move at all, and there's going to be a kill traded back for the side of CFO.
Yeah, we see Pretender here actually really low in the mid lane, so I assume based on Cassante not having ult anymore, he's stunned up, he's going to get knocked up, and Gemini picks up his second. Yeah,
a bit greedy there, I think, by Pretender to hold the flash. I'm not sure if he had W up, but just didn't invest anything. Probably was down, given that he was so low on HP, but that's, I think, really important for this sort of matchup, because I think that you're expecting to sort of be pushed in as a Cassante, maybe even lose a turret plate or two, but somehow Jimmy, and I guess with the all-out, got a really good trade onto Pretender and sets up perfectly for that gank. Another kill picked up for Gemini.
Yeah, Jimmy and having a pretty good start to this mid lane matchup. We'll take a look at how he managed to get Pretender so low in the first place.
He
lands his third Q. Pretender, he either doesn't have W up or just chooses to save it for a very long time. But Pretender taking so much damage that all out as well. There's the rocket jump coming out from Pretender, but at this point, Gemini is just zooming in from the side and connecting that Q. And I think Pretender had flash up, but I feel like it's a bit risky. Even if you do flash, you can't stick around for the wave anyway. So I guess at that point, it's maybe just better to die.
Yeah, it does kind of feel like once you take that bad trade, you are in a world of trouble pretty much no matter what you do. And kind of weird as well that in that initial trade, he held his W for so long. Kind of used his E and Q on the wave in front of Jimmy, and to no one's surprise, got punished for it.
Now, Rift Herald is started up by CFO. We'll have to see. I don't think there'll be a contest. It looks like priority actually is in favor of Cassante, as well as Jace controlling that top lane. So looks like Rift Herald will be picked up, and with that, the gold lead for CFO should extend even further. Do you think perhaps it's going to go sort of into this mid lane, or?
I feel like Herald probably gets placed bot lane for either team at this point, just because it feels like AD carry getting towards 2 items quicker is just so important. I guess you could put it mid, but I don't know. I feel like putting gold on the Cassante isn't the biggest deal at the moment. I'd have to expect it to be just bot.
Yeah, I feel like in a lot of these playoff series we've seen, even with double carry tops, ultimately the game usually ends up coming down to just both ADCs kind of slugging it out and dishing out most of the DPS on their team. So it really just does feel a race to those key items on both sides. So I definitely would agree with that.
I wonder as well, how Shin has managed to just maintain solid CS lead, because was the only one member who didn't die in that early failed dive and had a CS lead as a result after, but the fact that he's managed to maintain that and is now pretty, you'd probably say pretty even, despite a kill being given over, and I think as well 2 bot plates taken maybe? Might even be ahead in gold.
Yeah, overall 1k gold lead for CFO as a whole, and Gemini I think is actually so strong in this Elise, having that Hextech Alternator completed as well as the Sork shoes. A lot of damage at his disposal for whoever ends up being the next victim on the side of Frank. Kaiwing though walking to the mid lane, trying to help Pretender get the push on this wave. Jimmy, and it's a bit too big of a threat for him to handle it himself.
Yeah, Slaytrue evenly matches it, and we've got 1 minute out from the Dragon now, and with the state of the game, you have to feel like it is favoured for CFO to be able to get that. It looks like Cassante is able to somehow get control of the mid lane pretty on repeat, and I guess that's just a result of Pretender falling a little bit behind in both XP and gold, and Gemini actually looking top, but Hollow's here to answer.
Yeah, so you probably wanted to make some sort of play there. I think if you can take out Solo Kill, especially because he's built armor, it's very vulnerable to Gemini, and if you get that killed, you can get so much more after with the Herald, but instead we'll just reset. I wonder if now, given that he saw Hollow, you just run straight back bot, knowing that Maokai can't be there in time. Obviously, at least did manage to reset earlier, and it's just a lot faster even than Maokai.
Yeah, timing does work out for them if they want to go for this. Frank, they've just crashed their wave in. Not going to be backing off though now, very wisely, knowing that Hollow isn't on their side of the map. And CFOs could be the chance to look for something. Side pushes have all swept.
Okay, Kaiwing is going to land the hook there. Slaytrue getting quite low, but Elise coming in. Gemini will find the repel on Team Eminem, but the Lantern will get him away for now. Super Mega Death Rocket takes him to very low HP, but ultimately both will survive, and it will likely be now Dragon for the side of CFO after this Herald.
Yeah, so they're going to get both the bot tower and the dragon, and maybe there's recalls being stopped as well bot. So very big win there for the side of CFO. I'm actually surprised they didn't get more, given that the Thresh Lantern was kind of used early, but unfortunately the Cocoon did go wide. Still though, it's such a massive lead here, especially if they can get the dragon as well.
Yeah, breaking this first turret so early on and getting all of that, juicy plate gold onto Shun. Definitely going to be laughing to the bank with that one, and of course having this Ocean Drake in their back pocket too. Frank Esports, overextending just a bit too much in the bot lane, but definitely props to Slaytrue finding that engage and that hook onto Eminem.
Was definitely nice as the Herald did manage to connect on that second tower just for a little bit of chunk, and now Dragons all tied up. There's around 2.5k gold lead here for the side of CFO, and importantly, I think Rest has managed to find himself a very solid lead. We were kind of seeing the Gwen coming in versus what looked to be the Cassante in the top lane, kind of expecting that to be a big point of pressure, right? Especially because Solo Kill, when he gets that red side counter pick, makes it look so good. But here, with a flex pick that I don't think Frank really expected, Rest is, up a sizable amount of gold there, around 800 in a pretty much pure 1v1.
Yeah, absolutely. And done very well for himself. As we see now, Slaytrue is headed to this top lane. Is Solo Kill going to be able to dodge out? He will go immune, and so will be safe for now. But importantly, that should pressure him away from this lane. As we see a fight now, Gemini getting so low. It will be Aphelios importantly picking that up. That's a second kill as well as the shutdown onto Eminem.
Yeah, big throw there, unfortunately, from Gemini. He almost managed to trade it back, but 450 gold going to Eminem's pockets is pretty costly. I wonder though, it's not all bad for the side of CFO, with Eminem forced to reset. That mid tower is potentially vulnerable, as we'll see what happened. How did Gemini get here?
Yeah, Gemini's all by himself. Crucial hook from Kaiwing there and the Lantern to follow as well. Nature's grasps forcing Shun away, and Gemini he's just all by himself. He actually chucks Eminem so low here, just through sheer magic penetration, but Eminem picking up that kill in the end with the Gale Force. Definitely going to be some very helpful gold going towards his build.
And somehow Solo Kill went down during all that. Looks like he died in between the top towers. So I guess got reganked by Slaytrue, who used Flash Ignite and ult. So Solo Kill, I guess, didn't respect, but now will lose quite a lot of gold here on the top side. I wonder if Rest can actually finish off the whole tower. It looks like he'll be able to.
Yeah, CFO really making short work of these towers across the board. Oh, he's not quite going to be able to pick that one up just yet, but the plates are falling. So there we go. Yeah, top lane tier 1 down for the count as well, and this mid lane tier 1 as well. Half HP, definitely going to be the next target here for CFO.
Yeah,
sorry, you go.
They are just pulling further and further ahead as we'll get a look on what happened topside. I think it looked like Solo Kill, just flash ulted and with no ghost, kind of just had nowhere to run.
Yeah, the CC doesn't even really land, honestly, but just this enough damage, enough gap close from Rest, especially on the Jace, and Solo Kill really not happy about that one. He knows that dying there is going to be a huge mistake and going to set him behind even further in this carry versus carry top matchup.
Yeah, Rest is so far ahead in that lane now. A whole tower as well as what is 20 CS at the moment. He's almost an entire item up, honestly, and you don't like that. I mean, it's going to be hard now for Solo Kill to really achieve anything in the side lane, even against the Cassante, honestly, who is also quite ahead. Rift Herald now is started by CFO, and it will be them picking this one up as 2 minutes now on the Dragon, and you have to feel like that may be a point of contention. Eminem is starting to get some of those items across. He's got his Gale Force as well as a Crit Cloak. You look for the boots as we see Nature's Grasp mid, actually. Looks like it should be fine.
Yeah, not going to find too much value out of there this time. Hollow is really just fishing for anything to try and close that gold lead for Frank, but CFO isn't giving an inch at all.
No, not at all. And 2 minutes on this next Dragon. Mythics have been completed by some of the Frank carries, but we're still missing it on their top jungle. And I think, again, just looking back at the top matchup, it really feels like Gwen is pretty much out of this game. Must be pretty frustrating for Solo Kill, who was expecting to have, red side counterpick, great matchup for himself, and instead kind of spends the whole game under the tower. As looks like tier 1 will go the way of CFO here. Can they keep pushing with this? Maybe. They've got members in the area. Eminem, just be careful.
Even though waiting on the wings, and also the poke coming out from Rare's Shock Blast, we've seen how much effectiveness these Jace Qs can have, especially when the Eclipse is completed. Working towards Miramon as well. So much damage on the Eminem. He's below half HP now, but CFO ultimately going to back off for now. Good chunk of damage onto the mid lane tier 2 turret.
Just a minute away from this next Dragon now, resets do come in from CFO's bot lane, and I want to say credit to Shun, who, despite the couple kills being over to Eminem, has found himself very, very strong in this game. And I think as well, the only person that's really prioritized the Jinx in the playoffs, and Jinx has seen quite a lot of international priority lately, so it is kind of strange that it hasn't really been picked up by anyone else, but obviously is making the pick look very nice.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see how this Dragon setup will go. 30 seconds to go, and it feels like neither team has really started to claim the river yet. You have to note that, you know, all the champions on CFO, they really feel the need to go in, and especially when you've got a lead like this, it becomes so much more dangerous for the members of FAK to find a way in if they lose control initially. You've got the Maokai saplings to try and, you know, retain it, but definitely, you know, face checking is a whole different story.
Absolutely, and I think also with this Dragon coming up and neither Bloodthirster being completed against how strong this Jace is, it's kind of hard to contest because any of these shock blasts at land will just do the damage. Dragon is started by Frank, however. There is teleport available for both top side.
Yeah, currently a 4v4, but as you said, both TPs available, and Frank just rushing it down.
Okay, both teleports are now coming in. Kaiwing did land the hook there. It is Hollow putting out Nature's Grasp as we see a fight erupt. Eminem will be altered. Slaytrue has gone golden. It is Hook now landing onto Gemini. What can we find here? Kaiwing is so low, but it's Solo Kill who finds Slaytrue for the first kill of the fight. Down the bottom we see Jimmy and trying to do work onto Pretender. He'll land the knock up, but Pretender is going to go all out through that massive wall. Who's going to win this? It is Kaiwing trying to do the lantern, but it's not going to work out. On the top side, however, it is Gemini going down as Eminem tries to find all the damage he can. Two low members. He's flashed in. It is so low health bars, but it is going to be one going down. It is traded over for now, and now a solo kill against Jimmy, and who is still all out. It stops now, and it is solo kill going down as well. So it's 4 for 3 in favor of CFO, but such a close fight.
Yeah, what an absurd team fight there. It felt like it was just on the brink of being lost or won for both teams for so long there. I think Jimmy kind of clutched off the back end of it, right? Almost looked like Frank were going to kind of pull off a miracle and just take that fight, but Jimmy manages to snipe Pretender and then flash on the remaining members. As we need a replay of what happened here.
Kaiwing starts off with the hook onto Slaytrue, but having that on cooldown means that, you know, Slaytrue's turn to go and finds a depth charge onto Eminem crucially, which really limits his DPS in the sort of first seconds of this fight. And you can see Jimmy you know, waiting on the bottom of the river, despite, you know, his team topside having a bit of trouble getting in. He buys so much time and knocking back Pretender here and going all out through the wall. Kaiwing tries to save him, but ultimately there's just too much damage coming out from this tanky, dashy, whatever that champion is. And now it's just, actually looks really bad here for CFO, but Jimmy really just working wonders, and a bit of luck from the side of CFO too, you know, surviving on a sliver HP and from Shun. But Jimmy, just cleaning up completely.
It was so close. I think especially given the goal difference, right? Like you have to feel that, I think that was CFO fighting that with maybe a 2 or even 3k gold lead. And if they hadn't had that, if that was just an even gold fight, it probably would have been Frank that actually comes out on top. Instead, find themselves 4,000 gold behind. It was the second drag picked up, Eminem.
Flash Cocoon will land here onto Eminem as well as a depth charge. He goes down, another kill over to Gemini, and red buff picked up by them as well. Actually, Hollow got it. So I guess, you know, a little bit of a participation award there, but ultimately it is now going to be another tower going down, as well as it looks like they are trying to find things on the top side here as well.
Yeah, CFO continuing to ratchet up the pace. They didn't manage to secure that Drake, but you know, with those kills, have been able to continue to accelerate themselves.
Kaiwing hooked under tower here. He is rooted up as well. He's getting quite low, but there's not all that much damage, and it is eventually Hollow who goes down there to Gemini as well.
How does Jimmy live there? Oh, Pretender as well, dropped so low. Gonna get taken out by Rest on the side.
Yeah, he was just last hit in the side lane like a minion there. Oh, and things really going bad to worse for the side of Frank. CFO starting now to run away with the game, maybe even looking for more.
Oh, Kaiwing.
Yeah, it is Kaiwing going to get cocooned up. He looks like he will be going down, and it is another kill for Gemini. He's on a killing spree, and I think he's something like 6-1 or 6-2 at the moment.
Baron already being looked at here from the side of CFO. It's only 20 minutes in, but 3 members dead on the side of Frank, and I think it's gone.
Yeah, series of punishes coming out from CFO. You know, Frank walking into the no man's land in the jungle when they have no vision, no priority at all to speak of. And yeah, making that mistake multiple times means that CFO, they're going to be picking up the Baron at 20 minutes in the game.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, importantly for the side of Frank, they did pick up that second dragon, so perhaps if they don't sort of lose all their inhibitors here, they can try and scale up and get some of those items. But yeah, we saw the nice cancel there on the knockback from Jace, and we'll just pick up that kill in the bot lane.
Yeah, when Yubao went 0-3, he was 1v9 in the game, but this Tristana not having the same impact. There are now 2 BTs on the side of Frank, but I mean, look at what they have to deal with on the other side. If you look at Jimmy's items in particular, I'm not sure that guy's going to be taking any damage.
Yeah, Shun as well. He's got the Infinity Edge completed now. Definitely melting through these members of Frank. You know, they're not really too tanky at this point in the game. Hollow's only got the Radiant Virtue completed, so still going to be, you know, relatively paper thin in terms of tankiness. And now CFO knocking on the doors of Frank's base.
Do have those waves synced up already. Poker's coming out from Rest, and if you don't feel comfortable, solo kill.
Rest goes in, and solo kill is going to be taken down. Rampage now for Gemini as Pretender dashes out in the mid lane. Looks like one inhibitor is going to go down. That is the middle inhibitor. As Hollow gets knocked up, it is a hook landing onto Pretender. Kaiwing tries his best to hook back, and it is Slaytrue getting really low. They do pick up one onto Pretender, but Jimmy is not taking any damage at all.
And what can Frank do now? It's 2 inhibs taken at only 22 minutes, and CFO, they might honestly go for more. It looks like they're going to back off here and play it a little safe, although Shun still wants more. These waves will crash, but it really feels like you're running out of options on the side of Frank. You've got a lot of creep waves to farm at least.
Yeah, I think CFO are pretty happy with, you know, that Baron power play. You know, honestly not too much gold up from that, but still, you know, so much pressure generated from those 2 inhibs being taken out, especially so early on in the game. Can sometimes be a bit risky, you know, doing this so early on when Frank, you know, they have so much scaling power that being able to farm these minions can sort of help to bring them back in the game. But if CFO can continue to play at the pace they've been playing it can mean game over for Frank pretty soon.
I think interestingly, Solo Kill has gone for the Shadow Flame this game, and I guess that's kind of an answer to Jimmian, because with that, I mean, Jimmian's not really opting into any magic resist at all at the moment. He may do later, but it will allow Solo Kill to perhaps take him down as kind of the sole AP threat, considering that Hollow's gone for more of a tanky build, and I do like that, but I just think it might be too little too late for that to even matter.
Yours actually Rest.
We see Rest going over. Pretender getting so low. He's trying to win this 2v1. Does get slowed up. As Super Mega Death Rocket from downtown will find Pretender. Hollow now trying to win this 2v3. Well, 1v3 even, and he does go down. Rest lives on 1 HP. As we see a fight erupting mid, Jimmian will snipe Eminem on the back line. Solo Kill trying to do what he can. Jimmian getting quite low, but ultimately Shun putting out so much damage. Kaiwing Flash Flay, hook misses. Can they pick up one? They do, but now it's Shun running them down. With that is an ace. Only one found for Frank, and it should be game now for CFO.
Game 1 for CFO. They take no prisoners up against Frank, and they just destroy them in what's about to be a 24-minute victory. And wow, that was definitely not how I expected game 1 to go.
Yeah, CFO winning out in such dominant force. It feels like Frank, they fell behind too early on, and CFO, they just kept pushing down where it had, and they closed out this game so quickly in game 1.
Yeah, it did seem just kind of like a masterclass from CFO. I think there are a couple things that we can say about this, though, which is, first off, blue side has looked a lot better all playoffs long, and now Frank will probably have the opportunity to swap over to that blue side if they want. And also, I think so much of Frank's game plan does come from Solo Kill finding a lead in the top lane. Kind of got tricked by the Cassante pseudo flex, which for some teams is. Didn't know it was for CFO, now revealed it is, and they won't fall for that again, I wouldn't think. So while I think, you know, CFO, they came out, they definitely look like the stronger team, I don't expect it to be so one-sided going forward.
Yeah, Frank, it feels like they really just got exploited in this first game of the series. I think CFO, they did a really good job of just accelerating the game, like we saw Frank do yesterday in their series against Impunity. So yeah, CTBC Flying Oysters showing that they can do it too and better.
Oh, getting fancy with the name, are we? Oh, there we go. Yeah, and I think I want to say, Shock, what's your opinion on this? I think Jimmian being able to play this Cassante is a really good sign for CFO, because I think traditionally we really only do see him on those sort of control mages. We've seen Akali and LeBlanc as well, but they do seem the best when he is on the control mages, but he looked really unstoppable on that Cassante, and Pretender just had no foot or hold in this game at all.
Yeah, I think it's particularly impressive because that's a matchup that you're kind of expecting is, you know, you're going to have... It's not bad so much for Cassante as you're just going to have like relatively low impact, right? Feels like you're kind of going to be pinned under your tower most of the time, forced to farm, but instead, you know, Jimmian is the one actually finding aggressive trades, even sets up that gank from Gemini to come through later on, and then in the team fights had so many good performances as well. He definitely looked like he was quite practiced on the champ, right? It wasn't something that he just came in and played because, you know, it was a good game for it. He definitely was just practiced on it.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, and a bit early here, but what do you think for MVP for that game? Because I honestly feel like maybe Gemini, I feel like he set up a lot, and following up on that gank, perhaps the early game where they did go for that dive was a bit grief, but he did turn it around in a big way, I think, in the middle stages of that game. So what do you guys think? I'll go to Amount first.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Gemini, I think, yeah, that early game slip up kind of puts him out of it for me. He did do a good job of, keeping that up and accelerating his own lead. But I personally want to give it to Slaytrue. Maybe I'm a bit biased because I'm a support player and a Nautilus player, but I feel like, in that Naut versus Thresh matchup, really just got the better of Kaiwing, and especially, being able to bring that presence to the top lane as well and help Rest get ahead. I think that's definitely a big plus for them.
Well, I think I'm going to vote for my own role as well, because I think it was Jimmy who should have been the MVP. I think that, did well in his matchup, even set up that gank for Gemini, and then it was that team fight that was, on a knife's edge, so close, and I think Jimmy was the difference maker in that. So
I think you're both just biased, man. You guys are just biased, but honestly, yeah, I think the whole team really played well. I think Rest was really instrumental in the mid stages with his poke on the Jace. That team fight that happened in Dragon, where there was just like everyone on 1 HP until I think 7 people died. A lot of that was coming from Jace getting the poke out, as well as obviously down in Jimmy and in the bottom side of the river. As we will take a look to it now, actually.
Yeah, I mean, CFO, this one actually looked really scary for them. I think it was just all over the place, multiple skirmishes kind of happening across the river. But Jimmy definitely the key player for them in this fight. Feels like he wasn't doing much in the earlier stages of it, but when he finds Pretender here and gets this pick and evens up the score, really just is the difference maker. I think especially after he comes back in as well towards the end, after finding this crucial kill. And yeah, kind of just cleaning up for CFO.
Yeah, because it did look pretty good. Just this moment here for Frank where they could kind of chase, but a lot of damage was traded back in Eminem. The reset comes through and Jimmy flashes in. Eminem just doesn't have anything left to deal with him. Solo kill even got cancelled while he was trying to get towards that lantern. It felt like after that it was just CFO who were going to run away with the game. Jimmy, did he really only do 6,400 damage?
Wow.
Yeah, if they had damage taken graph though.
Oh, yeah, definitely would have topped that one. But yeah, definitely you can see Rest putting in the numbers there on the Jace. I feel like PCS Jaces in playoffs have been so scary across the board.
Yeah, it's been banned like almost every game, but then when it goes through, it just wins. So maybe it's a look to ban. I mean, Frank can obviously play that themselves. We've seen Pretender play that one, so it might be now that it's on red side for CFO, have a different look in draft, perhaps have to ban that Jace as well as Vi, who's looked really instrumental in a lot of games. But I want to say, I don't know if you guys caught it, in that team fight we just watched, Eminem actually missed his Moonlight Vigil.
Oh, really?
And with the damage that comes through from that, it likely could have been the difference maker. And ultimately, mid lane bias, it is going to be the Cassante who picks up the MVP.
As it should be.
Look at the kill percentage. He didn't have a lot of kill participation, but honestly, when he was in those team fights, the amount of damage he could simply sort of obstruct from going onto his team was really, really good.
Yeah, I think as well, he kind of just laned better overall than Pretender, right? We talked about in Champs League how Pretender on the Tristana really needs to make sure he doesn't fall behind in lane, but Pretender, Jimmy rather, just got the better of him at every step of the way.
Yeah, and I was very surprised, honestly, that he didn't put up a whole lot of damage in this game. It felt like the Cassante was just the actual carry in so many of those team fights. And I think, credit to him, found the kind of impact where it mattered, right? Certainly passed the eye test. And I think going forward, you mentioned the Cassante flex. It's now something that the side of Frank will have to think about, the whole time.
Yeah, absolutely, and it is interesting to have that sort of now in the sort of mix of the pick and ban. Sorry, the pick and ban, because there's so much that we've seen needs to be banned almost in this playoffs, and now Jace is one of them that just got picked, as well as Kennen has been banned pretty much the whole time, and then Vi, who more recently has just been perma banned. So the Champions League almost feels like it needs an extra 10 bans.
We would like that, wouldn't we?
Yeah, I mean, there's so many more champions in the league now compared to a few years ago, so definitely wouldn't mind that. Though I think Frank, in this upcoming game, they do have side select, so I have to assume they're going to be picking blue side.
Yeah, both teams looked way stronger on blue side as well, so I think the same way, but we'll have to catch up soon, but we are going to go to a break, so be back, we'll see game number 2.
非常感谢 iHotel 还特地为了队伍设置对战室，让队伍可以一起在里面团练与复盘。训练室都是采用最高规格的电竞电脑主机，3060 RTX 显示卡 ，AMD 5600X CPU，DDR4 32G， 还有 ASUS TUF Gaming 165赫兹32寸曲面萤幕。网络的部分，全馆使用免费高速光纤专线网路，对手机的用户来说也提供 WiFi 6的无线网路。选手座椅也全面是配置 DX Racer 的电竞椅。现在我们看到的是选手休息与睡觉的地方，我们安排2个人1间房间，有2种房型。床的部分是使用斯林百兰国际5星饭店的御用名床，房间内都还配置了免治马桶、雅马哈的环绕音响以及4K 55寸的电视。玩家们最在意的网咖食物的部分，平常除了自助吧以外，还有提供主餐，包含欧姆蛋、培根卷或者是炸虾饼，可以供大家选用。我们在拍摄的过程中，还有看到民众点的经典网咖泡面哦。
Is
reaching for the surface. And when I let it go, you bring it back to me.
Hello and welcome back to the spring split playoffs between CFO and Frank. Of course, brought to you by Riot Games, Carry Live, and iHotel. Now, if you're only just joining us, it was a very, very quick and decisive win here by CFO, and they looked kind of unstoppable there, especially in sort of the middle stages of that game. They had a bit of a fumble in the early stage after getting themselves a nice lead. Where do you, especially Amal, where do you want to look here for the side of Frank?
I feel like they really just got caught off guard by that, Cassante Jace switch up. I feel like, they had two relatively unfavorable matchups, and CFO really just kind of ran to the bank with that. And I think that Frank, they were put in a rough position from the get-go. Sure, they picked up that early kill onto M from CFO's early blunder, but other than that, they didn't really find much else in that game. I think they just need a little bit more agency in terms of what they're picking.
Yeah, absolutely. And do you think, Ari, that if the champion select will look a little bit different here? What do you expect to see? Because personally, I think the Jace should be taken away just in the bans phase, but if not, I guess it will be a first pick.
Yeah, I think you'd have to expect the Jace first pick to come through if it's not just banned away from the side of CFO. I think it does make sense to ban it unless you feel like you do have good counters up against it, but it feels like Jace mid is pretty blind pickable, honestly. Even the things that sort of counter in lane, stuff like the Syndra, can't really build any lifesteal or any sort of sustain, so can kind of have trouble in that kind of mid to layers. We're getting a champ select, Frank now on the blue side, and it is Jace banned away by CFO.
Yep, not very surprising to see that, I suppose. It is Sejuani as well as Vi, Varus, and Elise already taken away. Now, obviously, CFO, the draft is already going to be different. Do you expect them to change sort of the playstyle? Do you think they're going to go a little bit more early game or mid game, especially with like a bit of a poke comp, or do you expect an entirely different sort of look?
I think that both teams, like in terms of their overall team identity, they like to pick very aggressive champs and play aggressive, especially in the early game. They really want to generate those leads early and continue to accelerate those. So I think that it makes for an interesting draft because both teams kind of seem like they want to focus on very similar champions, and there's a lot of contests over who gets what.
We see Nah hovered here. It isn't an Aurelia takeaway here. The Jace was the ban instead, so I would be very surprised to see CFO lock that in, knowing what sort of solo kill likes to bring up against it. It just looks so crazy when he's had it in the past. Graves the hover. We haven't seen this in a long, long time. It is going to end up being the Viego. I hate to see it.
The Viego is locked into match. Obviously hasn't had the best success. Has a good win rate, but hasn't found good performance, I'd say. And interesting pick, obviously, into the Maokai. I believe Hollow has played something like 7 games of Maokai, and his next closest is 2 here in the playoffs, something like that. But now Jimmy picks up his fabled LeBlanc.
Yeah, Jimmy has, been a bit of a star on the LeBlanc in the past. So definitely a, well-deserved comfort pick for him. And I think matches up very well with the Viego as well. Definitely, a pretty decently strong mid-jungle duo. We'll have to see what Frank chooses to respond with here. Hovering the Ahri, I'm not a big fan of that. I think the Vex could be interesting.
The Vex LeBlanc matchup is pretty interesting. Oh, they grabbed the Lucian. Maybe going to take the Nami with it as well. Potentially that could maybe 1% chance be Lucian mid. It actually is pretty good into LeBlanc as long as you play around the ganks, but most likely you'd have to expect it will be the Lucian Nami locked in. Eminem, a big fan of this. And now what do you take? I mean, do you take one of your ADC? Ooh, Samira. Wouldn't expect that.
Yeah, I feel like they've just been hovering random champions to make us talk about them. I have to say, I just hate Lucian Nami, man. Just when you think it's gone, it rears its ugly head once again. I have to see what CFO respond with here. Obviously, they can't pick both their bot lane champions, so I have to see what they opt for first before the second ban phase kicks in. Ooh, so okay. They're going to drop both of them.
All right, and now with this, you have to expect a Aurelia ban, because Aurelia actually does do fairly well into the Kennen, and we have to say Solo Kill has had experience playing against this. He was the one that played against the tank Kennen from rest last time, and honestly, he looked really, really good in that. He played Gragas with Leandres and was the best player on his team, but wasn't able to take it out. It was more like the team fight different, I'd have to say, but we'll have to see what they look for. We'll look for the first ban here. I would expect Aurelia. Yep, there it is.
Ooh, so Frank, I mean, obviously they're going to answer back with bot lane bans, but do you look to ban those aggressive supports like the Nort Leona? Or do you try to take away ADCs? Because it feels like stuff like the Aphelios and the Jinx are kind of the big ones here.
Yeah, I have to see what they end up going for. So many options here for what they want to, close down that bot lane champion pool with. I guess just banning out the Nautilus, like you mentioned. And I think that the second ban here from CFO probably likely going to be the Gnar, right?
I'm not sure, because I think that it's around a 50-50 matchup. It might be the best takeaway, just if there isn't anything else. I'm not too sure what else you would play into the top cannon these days with the Aurelia ban. Yeah, maybe Gnar.
I wouldn't say Gnar, simply because in the PSG versus Rest matchup, this was the matchup. It was Gnar versus Kennen, and Kennen got the best of that in each of the games. They didn't win all of them, but it did look really strong. It is Malphite taken away. I guess Solo Kill has played the, I believe, the Arcane Comet Malphite, so that did look actually really strong. It was just AP Malphite, and it did do work in his lane. It was against Gnar, admittedly, but it's going to be the Malphite taken away.
Yeah, I don't know much about the Kennen Malphite matchup, but yeah, definitely Solo Kill looking like a bit of a menace on the rock yesterday. So a bit of a respect ban coming out from CFO, and I think that denying that easy point and click hard engage. Definitely a big win for CFO. Frank, banning another hook champion in Thresh.
Yeah, I like taking away the Thresh because it feels like that shuts down both the Jinx and Aphelios, or at least neutralizes them. Obviously, Zeri Lulu is still up, and we've seen that all split long. No, we might have cursed it. I mean, maybe we'll see a Draven come through. It'll be Draven Leona, I guess, would be the last remaining combo, but Zeri Lulu does kind of seem like the obvious choice.
Yeah, just consistent bot lane pressure. It does actually trade well early game into the Lucian Nami as well, as we've seen many times during the spring split. Have to see what Frank responded with here. Akali being hovered for Pretender.
Akali looks terrible in this game. Definitely don't want to play that versus LeBlanc or Kennen. Annie would make a lot more sense. I think it does pretty well. Okay, so they might just be going towards the Gnar. Like we did see before, that Kennen-Gnar matchup, and it did look quite good, but I think after, Rest decided a lane for a bit longer, it seemed like a bit more of a 50-50 matchup.
And I don't know what the mid lane champion is going to be here. What would you prefer into the LeBlanc?
I think, honestly, I'd probably play the Tristana again, but
okay.
I mean, if he wants to. Okay, there's something like the Lissandra could be good. I think Talia is good as well if you can make sure to avoid the ganks. That's always the caveat with LeBlanc, is that there's a few champs that can match her in the 1v1, but really the gank setup is what you have to be scared of. And potentially, no, looks like they will go back to the Annie, and I think it's fairly solid. Punishes Zeri for going forward. Having point and click versus LeBlanc is nice. Now, last pick for CFO, Lulu or Leona, I think depends on how aggressive you want to be. I think Lulu makes a lot of sense here, though, up against the Lucian Nami.
Yeah, a lot of just sort of raw engage coming out from the side of Frank. I feel like having that Lulu in your back pocket to keep the Zeri safe definitely would be favorable for CFO here. I would be pretty surprised to see anything else locked in. And of course, it's kind of just the bread and butter of a lot of PCS teams playing that Zeri Lulu Lucian Nami matchup over and over again. But we've got our team comps rounded out.
Yeah, who do you favor in this one here, Shock?
Oh, I don't know. I think I like CFO a bit more. Like, it feels like they've really got pretty much all the power picks minus Viego. But honestly, they could win the 4v5, I think, with those champs. And on the other side, Frank, they've definitely got what they want, right? Like, you've got Solo Kill on a matchup that, it's a bit closer, but he still has pressure in it. And I think that Lucian Nami, we've kind of had our questions around it before, but Eminem Kaiwing seem like the best Lucian Nami in the PCS, or at least the best performing. So I think both teams got what they want, but I like CFO's draft better.
What do you think about this Annie LeBlanc matchup? I haven't seen much of it before in the past.
Honestly, I don't think a whole lot will happen. It kind of feels like no one can really kill each other because Annie's a bit too tanky and LeBlanc's a bit too slippery, but maybe will come down to those ganks. Obviously, the LeBlanc Viego is a very strong 2v2 and definitely have the damage to take Pretender out if he isn't careful.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like, once again, all the lanes across the board feel pretty evenly matched. Frank, though, they have a bit more tools at their disposal, though, in terms of, being able to make aggressive plays. It feels like CFO, with the Lulu and stuff, really just trying to survive that initial burst and then fight back with their own, especially with Rest. It's going to be pivotal for him to find flanks on the Kennen especially.
Yeah, I think in general they do have to kind of play for flanks, right? Because you've got both the Kennen and the LeBlanc, and while you've got that Zeri Lulu for like that strong backline, I think if you just run at them, you do make it a lot easier. Can obviously be punishing to run into that Annie, but this will be game number 2, CFO versus Frank. We'll find out in a moment if Frank can tie up that score 1-1.
Yeah, definitely a lot to prove for themselves here. They looked so solid yesterday across the board in their series. Oh, there's already some early game aggression.
Yeah, we see Shun getting chunked out, but with what time it is, he will be able to just recall. But first strike, a little bit of gold there onto Eminem. And I think recently, at least Wako looked really, really strong on this Lucian Nami. And what kind of happened was that they'd kind of lose a little bit out early game, sort of the levels 1 and 2, and then just turn it on completely and punish Zeri completely, like zoning away from lots of minions and really taking over the bot side of the game. And I think that is something we need to look towards. I'm kind of intrigued that he took cleanse. Obviously, there is the Kennen, but that's really the only CC that is likely to be onto him. But
yeah,
obviously, he does opt for it.
Definitely useful sometimes into the Lulu polymorph as well. But I feel like a lot of the time you don't really want to be in range for that, especially in team fights where Lulu's likely going to be sitting a bit further back than the rest of the team. Not sure how much value he's going to find with that. And I think especially, lacking the Ignite in this sort of matchup is going to, hamper your kill pressure as well.
It is a trade-off, but I almost feel like playing into Kennen without cleanse is just so difficult, right? Like, you have to play so much safer, and there is the other CC of, obviously, the LeBlanc chain, the Viego W, so I think it could almost be an aggressive option in a way of it allows him to dash forward without, needing for those cooldowns to be down.
Yeah, I feel like I could say the same thing about Exhaust, though. I feel like having Exhaust into Kennen is just so valuable time and time again. I think there was some Worlds game or some MSI game at some point where we saw, 2 people in the game take Exhaust into a Kennen, and that really just shuts them down completely.
Yeah, I could definitely back that. As it looks like lane so far pretty even across the board. I think if there is early game pressure, it's most likely going to be around mid and bot, mainly because bot, obviously is somewhat volatile, and mids are the ones that have that gank set up. Top lane, you kind of expect will just be farming, or at least, pure 1v1, if there is any sort of aggression.
Yeah, range versus range top lane can, sometimes be very explosive, but a lot of the time it does just come down to both of them farming until one of their junglers shows up. Overall, though, still very much even across the board. I'm most interested in seeing how this bot lane matchup is going to go. We have seen it time and time again, but it often varies in terms of, who's getting the better of these small trades, and often those incremental advantages can make the difference.
Speaking of incremental advantages, Jimmy gets himself some pretty solid trades in the mid lane, has the Corrupting Pot as well for that extra sustain, and it looks like CFO, maybe that bot lane will go for the reset. Slaytrue's going to try and maintain presence while Shun manages to get that off. Does he have enough? He goes for a second D-Blade. Oh no, changes it to the Carl.
Yeah, I think double Durans would be a bit of a blast from the past, and definitely not. I don't think I've seen that ever. That's not good anymore, right?
Doesn't feel like it.
Definitely not the vibes. Yeah, I'm glad he picked up that Cull instead, and I think that's a good, solid recall for him. It's a bit of a small advantage once again, but having that in your back pocket and helping provide the extra gold as you near the mid game, definitely going to be a solid pickup, and not missing too much CS for it as well.
So we haven't talked about it yet, but Kennen has gone for the Aerie, so likely to be AP this game instead of that tank rune in the grass. So we'll have to see what he's like on that. Obviously, he is just a strong player, so you imagine he'll be really, really good both on the AP and the tank, Kennen. As we do see, honestly, Jimmy gets so much control over this mid wave. Pretender really cannot walk down there, or he most likely will die to this LeBlanc, and early pressure definitely favouring CFO.
Yeah,
I think there's even potential for some sort of solo kill here, maybe. Gemini's in the area as well if they do want to play for a dive after. Has to be careful. I think Pretender, as long as he holds the stun, should be fine, but if he has to use it to CS, could be very vulnerable. Or chain connects.
Oh yeah, find so much damage.
Flashes away there at the end, so does manage to survive, and that's really important. He does have teleport available for him, so he will be able to get back and most likely catch all this wave. But again, it's just so much pressure now in favor of CFO. This mid lane is likely going to stay in LeBlanc's favor for a little bit of time here, and with Dragon spawning, and we know how these two teams like to play, it will likely be favored towards CFO for picking this up.
Yeah, no flash on Pretender does make this lane significantly harder. I think as soon as he gets, as soon as Jimin rather lands those chains later on with Gemini in the area, it can pretty much dispel certain death. And I think that CFO in this early game, done a really good job of just building their own leads, even, with Gemini having a pretty decently sized CS lead of his own, as well as starting up the Mountain Drake now as well. Pretty good looks.
Yeah, just kind of randomly have themselves around a 700 gold lead out of pretty much thin air. I guess a lot of it is in that bot CS, which might be picked up soon. There's the Dirk here for Eminem, so we'll have to see if he can start pressuring back soon. But, I mean, the first Dragon going over to the comp was Zeri Lulu. Always does feel pretty good.
Yeah, no contest at all from the side of Frank. They just don't have the position for it. And I think that in these early game skirmishes, sure, you have the Lucian Nami, but I think this LeBlanc Viego combo is just so scary to deal with.
It is, and I think, like you said before, Pretender using the flash now has to be so careful around mid. LeBlanc plus pretty much any ganking jungler is about the scariest thing you could possibly verse. Solico gets taken very, very low, and this is by a cult cannon as well.
He's got a sliver of HP left now. Does have the Dawn Shield to try and heal himself back up. But Gemini's passing towards the general vicinity.
Nice trades here coming out of bot, and looks like with this Dirk picked up, Eminem is able to find himself a little bit better favored trades for himself as that CS gap is evened up again, and gold lead still definitely in favor of CFO, however, and it kind of is, I think, just off that top lane, really. The Kennen has got himself almost a 20 CS lead, as well as a little bit of extra gold out of the Cull, and it does look really good, really, around the map for the entirety of CFO.
Yeah, especially since I'd say they have the better scaling comp as well. It's a great stuff for them so far, especially not giving too much over to this Lucian Nami bot lane and keeping the CS relatively as I say that, takes so much damage there from Eminem.
Yeah, at least a little bit traded back by Slay True there. No junglers around, although Hollow maybe could look for something. I believe is spotted out there on the ward. I think he's going to try wrap around and CFO. They might have to leave.
Yeah, we've seen a similar situation before in the last game, but this time it's tables have turned. Hollow is in the area. I don't think he's going to pressure too much, and he really loves that blue buff.
Yeah, can always go after it, especially if Gemini's about to show mid. Looks like he will cross, and I think, actually goes back towards the Herald. Pretender does have to be careful. Looks like he got a good trade. Doesn't have the bear, though.
And misses that cannon thanks to the pressure of Gemini. CFO continuing to, mount up that pressure. Hollow's still in the area of bot lane, though.
Yeah, he's been here a while, but doesn't look like he's going to be able to find anything. There's still low health bars around here. I wouldn't be surprised to see at least one of the junglers come down and help this wave get pushed out, or maybe CFO will just commit to that reset, but you wouldn't want to give up the play as well as all the CS.
Yeah, Frank, they do have the superior sustain, so health bars looking a lot in better shape, but they are pretty low on mana now, so going to be taking a base for now. Gemini hopping over, might be able to find something. Oh, timing's just off.
And they lost the plate, importantly. The minions were able to take that and no one was there to claim the gold. So that's really just 175 gold missed for Eminem. So definitely don't like that, but perhaps thinking with Gemini in the area, it's just better to back and not risk dying.
And it looks like Frank will be the ones to start up the Herald here, mainly off the back of Jimmy being pretty low health in that mid lane. And I don't think there's any way CFO can get here in time. So Frank, despite maybe not having the best start in either their mid or top, managed to find the window. Are they going to be able to finish it up?
Ooh, yeah, Hollow does have the smite ready, so I think he is going to be able to secure that. Gemini hops over the wall, but now it's kind of trapped Frank, though. They don't want any part of that. CFO rotating Shun as well through the area, but it's just a little bit too late, and pretty good pickup there from Frank to try and stabilize the game.
Yeah, I think picking up the Herald is especially good when you have the Lucian Nami. Can look to kind of play through that, get them a bit more gold, especially because they have taken a play already. I think committing Annie to the Herald does come at a cost, right? Had to give up some of that CS and mid. And curious as well that Pretender is going towards that Rod of Ages because he bought so many components before going to it that it's going to be very, very late. And in general, we've seen so many games kind of play out too aggressively before the Rod of Ages even comes in, but obviously, it is just kind of feels necessary versus LeBlanc, right? If you don't have that tanky stats, it can feel very, very vulnerable.
Yeah, trading in pretty heavily there, from both mid laners there. It's going to end up relatively even, but CFO still slightly ahead in gold overall.
Now, I'm interested to see with this now Noon Quiver picked up, are they going to be able to sort of pressure and get more plates? Obviously missed the first one, but it ultimately did go down. And with Hollow in the area, you have to think that Rift Herald will likely be placed there. And we saw it on PSG at least, when this Lucian Nami is ahead, they can really take over a game. And while they do get outscaled, I think sort of when it is Lucian Nami, you do really excel in the middle stages of the game when you do pick up that both Gale Force as well as Rapid Fire Cannon. So I do expect sort of the Herald to be placed down here in the not too distant future, especially now with 30 seconds left on this Dragon Spawn.
Yeah, I think Eminem is, sort of gradually starting to build up his own lead. The CS is slightly in his favor now as well. Uses the culling to get a little bit of extra damage down. I think that the CFO bot lane can find themselves in a pretty decent amount of danger if Pretender's ever able to find a window to rotate down. He does have the flash available now as well, but Jimmy is doing a good job of holding him at bay.
He is, and this Herald will crash, but the gold is shared between 3 members here on the side of Frank. But that does ultimately even up the gold. And can they look towards the Dragon after? Because they are quite strong here in this bot lane. Definitely have the health advantage. Looks like Eminem will grab another plate, and they're going to go onto it, but yeah, I think it should go to them. Jimmy, once again, is pretty low, has the TP soon, and they currently do have the better control. Maybe they look for something mid instead, though, CFO?
Yeah, Jimmy is looking pretty low, so I think it's a bit rough for them to try and find an opportunity here. Good timing there from Frank. Gemini is sort of waiting in the area. Oh, Gemini's actually TPing in. They might look to try and contest this.
Yeah, okay, so he has a chapter, and he hasn't been able to recall yet. I think this should be good for CFO.
Oh, Gemini choosing not to go for the stun.
No culling as well.
Nature's Grasp is going to come out as Pretender. Flash stun will land there onto Hollow, but looks like a disengage coming out. It is going to be Dragon picked up by Frank as Jimmy actually flashes in. He's getting quite low, but Root will land onto Hollow as the ult from Zeri lands, but everyone is now out of range, and it looks like the team fight ends, and it is just the Dragon picked up from Frank.
Did get some flashes as well, though. Hollow traded flashes with Jimmy, and Pretender obviously uses his forward. But I think overall is better for Frank to get that Dragon. I think that's very important if you are playing a comp with the Lucian Nami. You are, I think, eventually outscaled, and if you have that Dragon condition to kind of fall back on, it does feel very good.
Yeah, overall evening up the game to pretty much dead even. Solo kill going aggressive.
Oh, Solo kill will not land the stun because of Rest Flash, but ultimately that is Flash for pretty much free. The Gnar ultimate, not much of a cooldown, and it looks like the top lane's kind of turning around.
Yeah, Solo kill's a bit upset after last game. It feels like Rest definitely got the better of him in that Jace versus Gwen matchup, and now this is his chance to really turn the tables.
Could be, as honestly, all things considered, pretty even here, and definitely a little bit different from that previous game. They kind of, got away from Frank very, very early. Rest is, had a very great start to this lane, but now with that flash burned is potentially vulnerable to Hollow just coming up here. Gemini's here first, actually both junglers. It could be a 2v2.
Well, Rest has the ult available.
Yeah, it does look like he will just be running away for now, and important for Hollow to be here to ensure that Solo Kill can safely push this in, as Hollow's looking for a little bit more, but nothing to come just yet.
And around mid lane, I mean, we kind of talked about it before, but Pretender, despite losing the flash, didn't get punished for it, and actually, he's been getting the better of Jimmy and in those health trades, which has kind of led to having first move on that first Herald as well as the second Dragon that was fought there. And the Rod of Ages now being picked up makes it a lot harder for Jimmy to really get stuff done, and has himself a Ruby. I wonder if he's going for Everfrost LeBlanc.
Well, it would be interesting to see that. I feel like you don't really see that much. It's just the Ludens, but I guess with the AP threat in Cannon, you don't necessarily need to offer as much damage.
Maybe that's the reasoning. I'm honestly not too sure. I feel like even Leandry's could be better this game, right? There are a lot of health stackers on that top side, but I think I'd still be going for the Ludens. We'll have to see what he can get done with the Everfrost, though.
Gale Force is picked up now by Eminem, so even more power to this Lucian at the moment, and you have to feel like with that, it will be almost certainly priority around the Dragon. Rift Herald is spawning, however, in 39 seconds, and with where Hollow is, as well as Gemini sort of pathing towards that top side, it may just be Frank giving it over, but we'll have to see.
Yeah, Hollow once again investing a lot of time into the bot side, trying to make sure that this Lucian Nami can be as aggressive as they can, and this tower is looking pretty low now, especially with the tower plates down. Shun going aggressive there.
Yeah, Zeri does use his ult and clear out the way, but that is an important cooldown down. Importantly though, it is now just 10 seconds on this Herald, and with that, it's not likely that you're going to be able to trade, but we see an engage here. The flash snare will land. Pretender getting really, really low. Does snare up the Gemini for now, but will actually use his stopwatch to get out of the Heartbreaker, but ultimately will be going down. It is Nature's Grasp coming through too. Does stun up both of them, but will not be able to allow Pretender to survive.
Yeah, huge first blood coming out there for CFO, finally able to get a kill on the board. It's going to be traded out for that first turret though on the bot lane, so once again, gold is pretty much evened up.
Yeah, and I think, unfortunately for Pretender, didn't have the flash, used it in that previous fight, and that was just full victim to Gemini there. That was even with the chain missing out of Jimmy, but unfortunately, there's just too much damage, too much CC, and as a result, the second Herald does go the way of CFO, and maybe they can use this to kind of, you know, put some gold onto Shun. I think despite the fact that Eminem has found an entire bot tower, Frank are actually still behind, and Pretender, unfortunately, just a bit too far up in the lane with no flash, no vision. Was kind of asking for it, to be honest.
Yeah, so much damage coming out from CFO. It's kind of like a slow bleed. He does pop the stopwatch to try and avoid that Heartbreaker damage, but without any further escape tools, it does mean that the kill is still ultimately going to go over to Gemini.
Yeah, and it was the first blood, so 15 minutes into the game, we are finding our first blood, and it did go over to Gemini again. As we see a fight break out, Hollow will just smash him away and then walk on out.
Yeah, a bit of a classic jungle handshake there, but Gemini, with the Divine Sunder completed now, does feel pretty significantly powerful, especially with this Chemtech Drake spawning in 25 seconds. CFO in a pretty good spot. I do feel like still overall the team fight is pretty even.
Yeah, definitely, and Eminem has a lot of power as well, so I guess it will come down to a lot of execution, as we do see pretty much sums up around the board. It is actually only Solo Kill that's lost his, and I don't think we saw actually how that happened, but ultimately Gemini and Solo Kill do not have flash available, and it might just turn out to be a 4v4 though, honestly.
Well, Rest is walking down here already. Even without the TP, he's committing to it. And I wonder if now Frank probably just need to give this up and let Solo Kill take that top tower. Would put them at a nice gold advantage. They don't see Rest yet, but I think they probably already know, given the way they're kind of positioning around this, and Solo Kill is still just pushing down top.
Yeah, it would be a big mistake for Frank to try and look to contest this without, you know, without your Gnar in the side lane, without TP available. There's really no way he can even stand a chance in this 4v5 situation. They're looking like they're just going to try and posture around mid and hopefully get some more damage in on that top, on that mid lane tower rather. Top lane tower does go down.
Yeah, I really like this from Frank. I think the second drag, not the end of the world, and the fact that you get more CS as a result out of this, and even that top tower is good for you if you can manage to snowball with it, right? Obviously the dragon is that better scaling, but if you don't let CFO get there, then it should be fine.
Yeah, CFO though, I feel like Frank Esports are kind of on a timer. This area is going to gradually get more and more powerful. Although in saying that Eminem hasn't truly reached the spike, he hasn't completed the second item, but with that Gale Force completed and the Imperial Mandate from Kaiwing, this Lucian army is going to be starting to pack a punch. I think CFO, they need to try and get to the next 5 minutes with minimal casualties.
Ooh, mid tower is maybe being sieged here, but Shun, he dodges out the bubble. Gemini comes around, but it is really just to show presence, and I think, you know, we've memed on the Viego quite a lot, but is 1-0-0, has himself a sizable amount of CS. If you still can't find impact, then the champ truly does just suck.
Yeah, Gemini, hopefully he can continue to find kills and really get on the board for CFO overall. I think that they really just are happy to stabilize this game and continue to scale, whereas on the side of Frank Esports, they need to try and, you know, find some kills. They haven't actually managed to get on the board yet, and this Lucian army hasn't found value.
It hasn't, and I think, you know, the fact that they managed to pick up that bot tower but are still overall behind in gold, or about even now, is sort of like speaks for the game, right? Just the fact that if you're looking, you know, the mid and the jungle, those CS leads for the side of CFO are kind of keeping that even, and you have to feel like the slow game does favor the side of CFO.
Yeah, Eminem has actually managed to accrue a slight CS lead for himself, but I think with Shun having completed the cull, it's pretty much about even in terms of 80 carry gold. We have seen this Lucian, you know, start to pop off after he picks up that first kill though, so definitely going to be the next sort of point of concern for Frank, whether or not they're able to find that crucial pick and crucial gold injection for Eminem to really get going. I think is going to end up determining how the mid game turns out.
Yeah, and I want to say Rapid Fire Cannon now is picked up by the Lucian, so a lot more power and priority over these mid waves is what you expect to now see from the side of Frank. Herald now being used bot will secure this tower. Doesn't look like they're going to commit too much more to it, although we do see Shun kind of walking down this river.
They do just blast Coden out of there, at least for now. Can they keep going with this, Herald? Actually, my Pretender is walking up pretty far on this wave.
Pretender could get caught out again. He is going to have to flash away. It is going to be followed up by the stun, and Heartbreaker will inevitably take him down. That is another kill over now to Jimmian, as the answer for Frank looks like they're trying to get down this mid tower. They will, so it's not the worst trade of all, but Pretender getting caught out of position twice now.
Yeah, unfortunately was, and there's going to be a Nature's Grass coming out. Can they get anything more? They do get Shun's cleanse, but that is the bot tower that actually goes down because the Herald managed to get it, and now an even bigger lead for Jimmy. And I think as well, pretty greedy from Pretender to not have any Merc Treads up against both the LeBlanc and the Kennen. Feels like unless you can position just completely out of their range, is so hard. And he's not the longest range mid laner. Does get punished pretty hard. Now down 40 CS.
Yeah, it looked like he was having a decent time early on in the Annie versus LeBlanc matchup, but definitely starting to struggle as we enter the mid game here. Getting caught in that side lane is never really a good look, but props to CFO, definitely Gemini and Jimmy, and being able to find that pick and continue to find value with the Viego and LeBlanc. I think a big win for them.
Yeah, so Shock, what do you think of the Void Staff second here out of the LeBlanc?
I think it's good, actually, because there's going to be a lot of MR kind of being built, right? Like Zeri Lulu has some AP damage to it. Obviously, the Kennen is a big provider of that as well. So getting it preemptively, I think, is probably better than buying it too late in the game. And I think as well, it is a cheap spike compared to some of the other items that you might pick up. Is only 2,800, and if you can get that before what is a very important third dragon here for CFO, it could make the difference, right? Just being able to pick it up a couple minutes earlier. Eyes on Shun, can he get that second item? I don't believe he will, just based on, I think, grab himself the BF sword.
Yeah, I think importantly, we do see solo kill now with the Hullbreaker, so he is going bot side, will be able to join for this dragon, but particularly solo kill on this now with the Hullbreaker. We've seen some crazy things out of him, and honestly, with the lead that CFO are starting to form, you're going to have to look for something really, really good again.
Yeah, it's an interesting one because I would have thought that solo kill would prefer to group up with this team, considering they have a lot of good AoE setup, especially with the Maokai and with Pretender on the Annie, but him buying that Hullbreaker kind of suggests that he wants to stick it out in the side lane. Maybe trying to keep Rest firmly embedded in the side as well to prevent it from having that teamfight impact that Kennen wants to have. We'll have to see if he's able to be successful in that though.
I think if you can make it a 4v4, and especially because you'll be the stronger side laner with the Hullbreaker, it probably is better overall for your team. Now, Frank are the ones starting this up. It looks like CFO are kind of just playing to give. They're hitting that top tower instead. Maybe just want to try farm 2 items on the Zeri before they go for anything big. And honestly, I think it's probably the smarter choice. Obviously, stacking the dragons up would be nice, but just being able to accelerate yourself, make sure you get those crucial 2 items is, I think, probably the safer play.
Yeah, Frank Esports do pick up their own second dragon, but CFO with a slight gold lead at 22 minutes into the game. Looks like Frank are going to try and knock on the doors of this tier 2 mid turret. Hope to see if CFO can try and defend it.
Looks like it will just go down. Didn't even have to invest in Nature's Grasp, and Jimmy will trade a tier 1 back top, but so far it's looking good for Frank, and the bot tower might come under fire here as well. They're investing a lot of people into this.
And Nature's Grass as well as Tidal Wave. It's not going to land onto anyone as of yet. Solo kill does try to go in, won't find anything. It is the Tibbers though, it will land onto Rest. He's getting so low. Slicing Maelstrom used to disengage, as well as Shun using his ultimate too. Eminem trying to find what he can, but he goes too far forward. Jimmy picks up that. It is going to be returned though. Solo kill finds one. He is quite strong now on the Gnar, but it looks like the team fight will end. But ultimately, I think this favors the side of Frank.
I think it does. Yeah, it was very, very close, and I really hope we get a replay of that because I think Slaytrue saved Rest's life with the wild growth to cancel Solo Kill's jump forward on the Gnar, which was so crucial because it looked like Rest was just going to immediately die there, but did manage to actually disengage. We will get a replay of it.
Yeah,
Take us through it, Amelg.
Frank actually investing 5 minutes into the bot lane. Really wanted to get this tier 2 bot tower as well. You can see the Tidal Wave of Nature's Grass come out so early and force CFO kind of against the wall. And Solo Kill chooses to hold his Gnar for now, which I think is wise, but not being able to get it off, interrupted by the wild growth, like you said. Not having that before you turn back into small Gnar, really just not going to work out well. And Eminem going way too aggressive, tries to find the kill into Shun, but not quite able to finish him off. It's going to be a 1-for-1 in the end, but Frank able to pick up that turret. It's hard to say who that favors, honestly.
Yeah, I think it maybe depends like who you value the gold on a bit higher, because Jimmy got another kill and Eminem obviously doesn't grab anything. So the Lucian Nami kind of feels like it's not out of relevancy like me for sure, but it's getting more towards that, right? Feels like the Zeri does scale a lot harder and has the BT as well now. It's going to be very, very strong. Jimin already working on his Rabadons. The good look.
Yeah, so we see them sort of positioning around this Baron now. It is going to be solo kill on that bot side with this Hullbreaker. And what we saw sort of before that fight broke out between the 1v1, it looks like pretty much solo kill just takes no damage anymore from this Kennen. And I mean, with the fleet footwork, any damage he does take, he kind of just heals it back. And now I guess it's going to be up to sort of CFO to try and do something to be able to relieve some pressure out of this bot lane.
Yeah, solo kill definitely reaping the fruits of his itemization in this game. Really able to get the better of Rest, and Rest hasn't been able to find any sort of progress in this Kennen pick at all so far. He hasn't been able to find any big ults, which is, again, what you want with the Kennen. Does have the Void Staff completed for himself as well. But
Jimmy is going to look for a chunk. He does chunk Eminem quite low. It is healed now from Eminem. Well, sorry, just healed up there from auto attacks, but...
Yeah, Eminem, it feels like he's really struggling here. CFO are really getting the better of him and being the aggressors while he's trying to farm up in the mid lane. It really just goes to show how far behind Solution has kind of fallen in the state of the game. Gold lead still even across both teams, but CFO right now feels like they have the upper hand, at least in this mid lane. I think that the side lane is really going to be where FAK are going to try and find their leads.
Yeah, do just want to keep pushing down in that Lara lane, and I think the Nara's even building a wit's end, it looks like, right? So going to be even stronger in that side lane matchup. Rest is difficult to dive, but doesn't stop him from getting just chipped away at slowly. I wonder when Jimin has TP if he will just end up swapping, because obviously the Nara is a bit too tanky, but not much that he can actually do into LeBlanc. Could even just put two people in the lane and try to shove it out. It doesn't feel like Pretender can really get a whole lot done on the other side of the map. So I think there are ways to deal with the Kennen.
Yeah, overall, I think Frank, it seems like the game plan is just to try and avoid 5v5s at all costs, and they have been doing a good job of it so far. I think that excluding that bot lane skirmish where they were able to sort of find the upper hand and pick a 5v5 that favored them, sticking to the game plan, definitely a good sign. But the game is still in a relatively stable state. Only 4 kills so far in this game overall is kind of a shock. I feel like a lot of the PCS games we've seen so far in the playoffs have kind of been bloodbaths, especially in these best of 5s.
Yeah, almost exactly even on gold as well. So it definitely is surprising. I think between these two particularly, it's surprising to see such a mellow game, but ultimately, Frank, I think, are doing pretty well for themselves. They do kind of fall off in the later stages of the game, but that isn't really the same for solo kill specifically. He should always pretty much have priority in the side, and as you kind of touched on earlier, Shock, he won't likely be able to be killed by LeBlanc in a side lane, and it looks like against the Kennen, he has the kill pressure himself, so we'll have to see sort of how CFO opts to deal with that in particular, but in terms of the 4v4, they do look pretty good, particularly if Jimmy can land some poke prior to any of these objectives coming up, as we do see Dragon now, half health, and it looks like Frank will pick up their 3rd Dragon.
CFO, though, going towards the Baron. If they try and force this could be our first big 5v5 of the game. Gemini loses so much health, though, and that should force CFO away.
Yeah, Eminem proving that he's not yet fallen out of relevancy, dishing out so much damage onto Gemini and forcing the base out from him means that CFO won't be able to look towards the Baron, but I feel like that probably wasn't going to be a good call anyway. It feels like it was a call that would have been good if it was made maybe like 10-15 seconds earlier, but I think making that in response after Frank have already taken the 3rd Drake isn't really going to work out well for them.
Probably not, as resets will just come through, and there's a lot of big items that will probably be about to pick up. The Wit's End completed now on solo kill. Should be the Rabadons, I think, grabbed by Jimian. Yep, is now picked up as well. TP comes through from Jimian, so they're going to try regain... Oh, actually, it was Jimian who used the TP. Is going to now have complete control. They actually start up the Baron. They have so much lifesteal, and they can tank this forever.
Yeah, they're really trying to put a timer on solo kill. They know that they can't last on the side lane forever, and really just trying to force Frank into a 5v5 situation. Jimian
looking for Eminem. He does get extremely low. Cleanse kind of used for nothing there as Baron now down to half health. What can Frank do? Solo kill isn't committing teleport as of yet, and it looks like he won't. We do see a fight start off. Hollow in the middle there. It looks like Gemini will be going down. There is no Spite available for this Baron anymore. It's Twisted Advance. Will land onto Shun. He's in the middle of 3 at the moment, but we do see solo kill coming. He picks up 1. Jimian getting so low. Pretender is found by him, however, as we now see these two chained up. They are going to get CC'd and go down.
Solo kill, triple kill for him, TPing in the nick of time and really cleaning things up for Frank. Only 1 casualty for them, whereas CFO, they've got 4 members down for the count.
Yeah, and I think with that, Frank should be able to just grab this Baron. I honestly think pretty questionably played from the side of CFO. Felt like they could have made that work. Hopefully we'll get a replay. I think Slaytrue flashing just away from the pit felt very weird. Jimmy as well missed some of that engage. And we see here kind of on the side, Jimmy, he forces Eminem's cleanse, but I really question why Slater, he should have probably gone further back into the pit. Instead, finds himself just flashing out completely to the side. Rest as well doesn't really get onto any relevant targets. It's just a Zonya from Pretender. And, you know, Eminem left completely fine off the side. And while Shun did deal almost 6,000 damage, I think, in this team fight, unfortunately, it's Solo Kill who is still full HP, you know, this late into the team fight. No damage really left for him. So honestly, just better play from the side of Frank.
Yeah, it looked really rough, especially for Eminem and Kaibing, you know, kind of getting taken down to very low HP by the advances of Shun, but, you know, CFO just, yeah, they're not able to find enough.
93 damage from the Viego. You hate to see it.
Another great performance out of that champ. But I think what we should note as well is before Solo Kill actually teleported in, he did take that bottom inhib tower as well. So he just went in all around the map on this Gnar. And honestly, it looks a lot better than what Rest was doing as Gnar against the Kennen in his prior series. So really liking this look out of Solo Kill. Is Eminem looking for Gemini here. Gemini getting so low. We'll have to commit the ult. But Eminem on the chase. Gemini lives with 1 HP.
Yeah, it's very, very low now. And top tower has fallen as well. Only one tower left before these inhibs start being looked at. And CFO, they don't have the best wave there, right? The LeBlanc does pretty much nothing into the Baron buff. I wonder, can they go for any more inhibs here? CFO, they're trying to force them away, but Frank, okay, they've got the top inhib. It feels like they could maybe go for all three if they play this slow enough. Still a full minute on the Baron.
Solo Kill has Mega. Oh, we do see them engage here. Solo Kill looking. Will he find a nice Gnar? It does look like he's only going to find 2, but it is onto Shun. Shun getting so low, but Rest here finding a nice slicing Maelstrom. Ultimately, it is not enough at the moment. It is a double kill picked up for Solo Kill as he will chase down Gemini. He is going to try and get it. It does look like he will as Jimmy tries to find something back. It is a triple kill for Solo Kill, and it looks like it might just be the end of the game. Quadra is found. Rest on the other side of the map. It won't be the Penta, but it will be the game for Frank.
Wow, I mean, it does just feel like CFO have kind of run out of options at this point. Don't have the damage really to do anything. And I think, like you said, the Kennen has kind of felt useless, right? Solo Kill's really gotten the better of him, especially with the amount of magic resist he now has. It was Jimmy who got very fed, but couldn't really do anything. I don't know how much. I think Nard, almost 200 MR in them, was 8-0-0, I think it was.
Yeah, really rough overall for CFO game 2. Going over to Frank Esports, and it's a good turnaround from them for sure.
Yeah, they do now tie up the series 1-1. Like we said, it probably wasn't going to be so one-sided after the first game. They do get back on that blue side, and I wonder if this is going to be one of those series where it is just blue side traded back and forth, and blue side ends up being the one that picks up all the wins. When that kind of does become the case, it really becomes, you have to try find a way to win on that red side. You know, maybe even throw in some sort of curveball to the draft, because it, you know, so far it looks like blue side is just much stronger.
Yeah, we did see actually Frank earlier throwing a curveball in one of their red side drafts with that Cassiopeia Callista, but ultimately that's a thing of the past. And here we do see them obviously pick up that game, and really well played out of Solo Kill. I think we don't need to discuss who's going to be MVP for that one. I'm pretty sure it's just going to be him. But yeah, I mean, on that Gnar, he found so much in the side lanes, and even finding that, as I said earlier, the inhib turret before teleporting in and finding a double kill, as well as finishing off the team fight around Baron. And just insane out of him.
Yeah, just finding maximum value in every aspect of that sort of mid to late game. I think, you know, getting that tower, like you said, was huge from it, as well as being able to clean up in that Baron team fight, finding a triple kill, and, you know, wanting to top that in the Nexus as well. Finding the Quadra too. That guy was just cleaning up everywhere.
I think maybe we could have an MVP discussion around the Viego. It definitely felt like it might have been the MVP for the side of Frank. I'm honestly not too sure why it keeps getting so highly prioritized. I guess it's because it feels like it's one of those last remaining jungle picks after all the meta ones get banned out. But the problem is it just honestly feels so hard to find the consistent value on it, right? Obviously got some good ganks off early, but there are plenty of junglers that can do that, the likes of the Pantheon, all the Lee Sin, and then kind of just feels like, you know, later on in the game, especially if you don't kind of have the winning team, it's very difficult for you to actually get on the likes of the Lucian or the Xayah or even, you know, Azaria, Philios. It's just so hard to reach them. And when you're sitting there just getting chunked, dealing 93 damage, like, let's just pick a different champ.
Yeah, I mean, it felt pretty strong in the 2v2. We saw, you know, Gemini and Jimmy and finding so much value, you know, finding the picks onto Pretender. But yeah, definitely, like you said, in the later stages of the game, when it comes to 5v5ing, you're really relying on that first reset. And when you can't find that, it's not doing anything at all.
Yeah, and I think interesting with that sort of Viego pick is Wukong's actually open, and as is Sejuani for so far the whole series. Actually, I think Sejuani is banned, sorry, it was banned, but it was definitely Wukong open, and he's looked like a really, really strong champion, one of the better junglers at the playoffs at least, and it does interest me as to why you would go for that Viego. Maybe the 2v2 early is a bit weaker, but it certainly is a strong 2v2 with that LeBlanc as you get to level 6. You have a lot of chain CC with that Cyclone as well as the chain, but yeah, the Viego really didn't get much done other than really early on in that game.
Yeah, I think it might be a comfort thing. I believe coming into that game, for CFO, both the LeBlanc and the Viego had 100% win rate. I can't really remember if the Viego actually performed well, though, to be honest. I do think it often ends up just being like a passenger in the games where it could really be replaced by any champion, right? And it ended up being a win.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Viego specifically is like quite good if you pair him against, like if you're going against a lot of dive. He does pretty well into sort of countering dive. You get those resets as well as that snare, but that wasn't really what we saw out of Frank this game, as we will take a look at the replay. Take it away, Malk.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of the fights where CFO, they're looking to try and pressure the Baron to force Solico off of the side lane, but it's a bit poorly executed. You can see Gemini kind of a split call there, trying to finish off the Baron, ends up being trapped in the pit and rest, not finding any value at all with the Slicing Maelstrom. Eminem and Kaiwin get dropped pretty low around the blue buff, but as soon as Solico comes in, you can see him just starting to decimate Jimmy and the rest of the backline around the Baron, finding this two-man ult as well, dishing out so much damage, triple kill for him. Definitely the star of the game by a mile.
Oh my goodness.
He does the most damage, and you have to remember, I think it was the cannon that was actually picked up over the Gnar, right? From what I remember.
Yeah.
So kind of interesting. I wonder why they didn't go for the Gnar. Perhaps just honestly preferred it for the 5v5 or something, but especially the way that game played out, I think would have been much better if Jimmy was that solo AP carry and it wasn't Solo Killer who could just build 200 magic resist.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think maybe it's because of their last series against PSG where Rest kind of got manhandled a little bit by the Gnar. I think that could perhaps be why, but anyway, ultimately it is Solo Kill who does so much in this game, rightfully earns his place as the MVP. No assists because he takes all the kills.
8-0-0 on the Gnar, 30.5% damage percentage. Not something you really see that often from the Gnar, but really just goes to show how much of an impact this guy is having in the top lane. Even in, what has been considered kind of a 50-50 matchup, really just goes the full mile with this one.
Yeah, 90% kill participation on top laner isn't something you usually see.
Yeah,
Quite
no.
often there's a lot of kills around sort of these dragon fights where the top laners aren't involved, but ultimately it was that game, if Solo Kill was involved, they won the fight, and if he wasn't, it wasn't looking so good.
Pretty much, yeah. I mean, it was just, I think the problem being really, again, that he can just itemize so much magic resist, and it feels like the Zeri Lulu, it's like, Zeri is kind of like a mosquito for a lot of the game, right? She just consistently annoys you pretty much, but then eventually she comes online and kind of destroys your team, but unfortunately didn't really get to that point. I believe went the BT second, not the Navori, so was lacking quite a bit of that damage and chase down, and unfortunately it wasn't Rest and Jimmy and that could get them over the line until then.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we'll have to find out what's going to happen in the next one, but for the meantime, we are going to go to a break. Please join us for game number 3.
非常感谢 iHotel 还特地为了队伍设置对战室，让队伍可以一起在里面团练与复盘。训练室都是采用最高规格的电竞电脑主机，3060 RTX 显示卡 ，AMD 5600X CPU，DDR4 32G， 还有 ASUS TUF Gaming 165赫兹32寸曲面萤幕。网络的部分，全馆使用免费高速光纤专线网路，对手机的用户来说也提供 WiFi 6的无线网路。选手座椅也全面是配置 DX Racer 的电竞椅。现在我们看到的是选手休息与睡觉的地方，我们安排2个人1间房间，有2种房型。床的部分是使用斯林百兰国际5星饭店的御用名床，房间内都还配置了免治马桶、雅马哈的环绕音响以及4K 55寸的电视。玩家们最在意的网咖食物的部分，平常除了自助吧以外，还有提供主餐，包含欧姆蛋、培根卷或者是炸虾饼，可以供大家选用。我们在拍摄的过程中，还有看到民众点的经典网咖泡面哦。
Nothing like this. Feast your eyes, grab your shades, hit the lights and take the stage. Light the fire, strike a match. This is where the party's at. It don't matter where you're from. Can you feel it heating up? 3, 2, 1, let's go. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Brand new suit, custom made. First to this, crush the game. Always know what's going down. Got the hottest thing around. It don't matter where you're from. Come on, come on, come on. 3, 2, 1, let's go. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never
Hello and welcome back to our Spring Split semi-final here between both CFO and Frank. Of course, brought to you by Riot Games, Carry Live, and iHotel. Now, if you're only just joining us, it is now a 1-1 situation between these two teams. And honestly, both games kind of looked a bit dominating for each team, although this second game a little bit more closer. Now, I want to come to you, Amalgan. Who do you think are we looking for in this game Game 3, sorry, because I think Solo Kill looks like the standout player so far.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like side select is a big point here. So I feel like CFO being able to pick blue side, assuming they will, I have to give the edge to them. I think a lot rides on whether or not Frank will end up banning out that Jace, like you mentioned earlier. It seems like such a big problem for them to deal with, especially when it can be first picked so early on. Yeah,
absolutely. And now, for you, Shock, in particular, I want to go to the mid lane because it looked like Jimian was looking pretty strong here, especially in the early stages, along with Gemini obviously coming in to help. But he did go for what you'd say is kind of a stranger build, considering there was double AP, and he was kind of the best champion there to be able to try and allow Gemini there to get resets on this Viego. And do you think we'll see something like the LeBlanc out of him again, or maybe back to those control mages?
I think he did look very good in the LeBlanc and definitely wouldn't be opposed to seeing it again. I honestly think if anything you change, it would be, I think Jimian has been such a consistent carry that you can have him as your solo AP. I think going both Rest and Jimian as a solo or as duo AP, I guess, doesn't look as good, right? If so much MR can come through, especially when you're playing something like Zeri that has some magic damage loaded in as well, right? Just feels like you don't want to make it so easy for them to itemize. And Jimian, he's really been performing, I think, in the playoffs so far. So, you know, give him the solo AP, let him carry.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of AP carries, I wonder if we will see the kid again out of Rest. It feels like it really failed to have an impact. Or at least the impact the CFO would have wanted. They weren't able to find any big 5v5 team fights. And I wonder what the priority for that is going to look like in this Game 3.
Yeah, so now we are, of course, into Champion Select. It is Vi Lucian banned by Frank, and CFO banning Sejuani and Xayah again. So back to the round 1 draft again. It is Maokai, actually, the third ban here from CFO. So taking that away from Hollow, who has played that almost exclusively during these playoffs. So we're going to see something different out of him. He has played Viego a couple of times. I'm honestly hoping not to see that, but you never really know. And for this third ban for Frank, I have to suspect maybe a Jace, considering what kind of happened in that first game, but I guess we'll see. It is going to be the Jace.
Okay, so now when you're looking at first picks, I mean, there's a variety of different stuff up. Obviously, we have those priority junglers. If you do want to take something like the Zeri, the Xayah and Lucian are both off the table as well. Maybe even see the Nara come through, right? Has looked very dominating, although there is obviously the Aurelia up and available for solo kill. At least, could be the Hover here. There aren't that many AD mids up, I guess. Oh, no. Back to Elise.
Straight fear when that got hovered, but it looks like it is going to be Viego again. Yeah, they first picked it last side, and they're doing it now on the blue side. And I mean, it's interesting to me because obviously Hollow now can't answer it with Maokai as he did last game, but he will have Wukong available for him if he so chooses to go that route, which seems most likely considering how these playoffs have sort of unraveled so far. As he is hovering it, you do expect it to be locked in, and assuming this gets locked in, what do you really pair with it? Because there's so many options available in this draft already.
Yeah, I mean, I think, like with Wukong, you can just play whatever you want. You can take a priority AD, but I'd honestly like to see stuff that denies Viego resets, right? Either by having some sort of mobility, having lifesteal, or even having something that denies resets is really, really nice because it feels like Viego first pick should be so punishable. That Annie coming through, again, makes it very difficult for Viego, and he also inherently tanky, so I'm really liking the first two from Frank.
Yeah, I wonder what CFO are going to answer back with now. I wonder if it'll be the LeBlanc again, like we mentioned earlier, for Jimmy. And he did look pretty decent on it, but I feel like he also struggled to find value, especially in those later game team fights. Wasn't able to dish out quite as much damage, especially with the Everfrost build as well. I think that was kind of a question mark for us during the game. And yeah, I would like to see him on more of a sort of AP carry threat. Viego or Vega rather being hovered.
Yeah, they are hovering the Vega. I would be a little surprised to see Vega just because it doesn't have the same pressure. I agree, probably won't see the LeBlanc versus Annie, but something like the Syndra I think could be good. Whether or not they pick it up this early, we're not sure. Obviously, you do have the Nautilus now, so could pick up your AD to pair with it.
Yeah, I think it is interesting the CFO trying to pick up one of those hook champions before it reaches the second ban phase. Last time we did see Nautilus and I think Thresh being banned out, so definitely a better look for Slater. I feel like he really shines on these hook champions where he's able to find the engage. And it's going to be paired with the Jinx for Shun as well.
It is a takeaway, I think, from Kaiwing as well, grabbing that Nautilus. Now, with that Jinx locked in, potentially it can obviously be any support, but I really would just be expecting it to go mid. And taking Gnar into potentially 2 bans here could be really troublesome for Rest. Not sure what he would play. I have to see now. You'd have to expect top lane bans. I guess maybe you could ban for the Annie. Depends how safe you feel like the Gnar is.
Yeah, whereas for the side of CFO, definitely going to be looking towards support bans. You have to assume, try and make that Nautilus matchup a little bit easier. And especially, you know, you really want to be able to let Shun be able to get through that early laning phase and survive and reach that hyper carry threat that he really shines on. It's going to be the Jax ban away from the Gnar.
Yeah, we do see obviously the Jax versus Gnar quite a few times, and Gnar tends to lose out as the game progresses, so I like that ban. I don't take Rest as much of an Aurelia player, so I suspect that won't get banned from the side of Frank, and I guess here for CFO at least. I mean, it is Varus actually banned.
Wow,
I'm very surprised. We've seen one Varus recently, and it looked honestly dreadful, so I'm really confused really by the priority of banning Varus. I suppose you could theoretically go on hit with Thresh, but taking it away, it just won't be in the game. And where do you look for the second ban here? I mean, there could be the Aurelia. It is going to be Kennen, interestingly enough. I guess now that you do have, like, you don't know the mid lane and they sort of played out the last game, it might be a bit easier for CFO to react to how Solo Kill at least likes to play the Gnar.
Yeah. I think there is it does kind of restrict Rest's options quite a lot there in the top lane. Leona is the second ban. I want to come back to the Varus because I think the main reason we saw Varus fall out of meta is the easy access to these lifesteal items. But Jinx kind of does have to build like a lot of damage before she can get the same lifesteal that other ADCs can. Maybe as well respecting the Comet Varus coming in with the Annie support potentially. So kind of does make sense even if we haven't seen it in quite a while. And Zeri Lulu, the Timeless Classic, could be the pickup, but Kaiwing, he's wanted to play more aggressive champs.
Yeah, I really hate seeing Kaiwing on these more supportive champs. I feel like he, you know, similar to Slaytree, really shines when he has something with a bit more agency. And of course, I don't want to see Zeri Lulu again. I think anyone does. But Veigar once again being hovered for Jimmy could be good. It feels like the champions of Frank have pretty short range, so definitely could be easy for him to play out those team fights.
Yeah, so I wonder, is there ever a world where this Annie could perhaps be the support? Because that would give Kaiwing a little bit of playmaking opportunity, and as well as give you a counter to this Veigar, which is definitely possible. I wonder if that is something we look for. I know Kaiwing has played it previously as Annie used to be more of a support champion, and I honestly wouldn't be surprised to see that happen, but definitely not sort of the flavor of the month. But it is Malphite actually picked up here by Rest. So we've seen this before. Malphite does do pretty well into the Gnar, particularly in the early stages of the game, and ramps up with a lot of armor. And Annie, not the greatest solo AP in the world.
Feels like these top laners' egos are really just competing. Rest really wanting to try and show Solo Kill that he's also a good Malphite. You know, traditionally not a champion shown for much skill expression, but it can definitely become a pretty dominant threat, especially when the side of Frank Esports do seem pretty heavily AD oriented. They've only really got the Annie for AP damage.
Braum is the lock-in here, and I guess with Zeri, you are able to stack up that passive and land a stun quite easily, as well as Braum tends to be fairly okay into the Nautilus. If Nautilus hooks in at a wrong time, you do have the ability to slow him up and stun him and take him down, but definitely not something we've typically seen. And I kind of like it because if Rest does go in on this Malphite and you are able to sort of put up that shield and block any oncoming damage while your team's knocked up, it does have a lot of effect there, and definitely a different look in this bot lane already.
Yeah, I have mixed feelings about it. Obviously does allow you to kite back pretty nicely, but at the same time, having less threat onto the backline of Veigar Jinx doesn't feel like the win condition, right? I think while Zeri does a lot of damage, you with the Annie in your backline, it doesn't quite have the same effect. So I'll be interested to see if that ends up performing well or not. I think it could a lot depend on whose backline does end up being more fed, because it's a champ that definitely, like, Braum goes back better than he goes forward, and if his backline ends up fed and he can just peel for them, probably does have a fairly solid win condition there. In this top lane as well, though, Rest obviously picking up the Malphite. Hopefully he doesn't go full AP this game, because we do have a Veigar that very much likes to be that solo AP, but I mean, we've seen Rest before. Last time I believe it was the Proto Belt Shadow Flame he built on the Malphite.
Yeah, and it was against Na as well, so...
What was he cooking?
Yeah, well, I guess we'll see in the runes most likely. If he does have Comet, it likely will be more of an AP build Malphite, as we do now load into game number 3 of our semi-finals between Frank and CFO, and we'll have to see. I think we have to look to where these junglers are kind of pathing, because they've had quite a lot of impact in the past 2 games. I mean, Hollow last game was able to zone out Shun from a lot of CS early, as well as the opposite happened in first game with Gemini on that Elise, so a little bit more reserved of junglers this game, I have to say, but definitely possibilities.
Yeah, it feels like CFO. I feel like, I don't know, Shun on Jinx, it feels like he has so much safety throughout the game, right? Like Frank really have to try and invest so much into trying to get access the backline of CFO, but it feels like they don't really have enough tools to do that. Like, sure, you've got the Wukong, sure, you've got the Annie, but I feel like that Braum doesn't really fit in too well, and especially, you know, giving Jinx a free lane like that is a little bit scary, personally, for me.
Can be, and it is the Arcane Comet here picked up by Res. I don't think it guarantees that it's AP Malphite. I believe yesterday when Solo Kill did play the Malphite into, I think it was Drivers now, did just have that Comet for the early game before going towards just a tankier build. So certainly still options available. Also kind of curious that Jimin just starts with the straight Sapphire. Res getting a little damage before lane phase even starts. Drops the ward down as well.
The top diff starts nice and early. It's also got the, what is that, the Shamrock Malphite skin? Extra camouflage on the rifts.
Yeah, it is the Shamrock. That's the best Malphite skin, honestly. It's literally just a recolor.
I don't know, I really like the Coral Reef one.
Oh,
I think the splash art for that one looks really good.
But here, we'll have to see how this bot lane plays out. Not a lane we've typically seen, obviously having this Braum, and you have to feel like perhaps Jinx will get the priority on the lane. She tends to in most matchups. Hook goes wide, and we will land the Winter's Bite there onto Slaytrue, but no follow-up as of yet, and it is looking like Shun will have priority in this lane, at least for the early stages.
Yeah, kind of expected out of the Jinx here to just push early on, and Braum always does feel a bit more like a scaling counter pick as opposed to something that is just going to come out hard, destroy your lane here for you, especially with both ADCs going the cull. Most likely won't be a whole lot of action down there anyway. And I'll be looking again towards Jimmy's build for this game, because so often have we seen the Veigar's go for that second item tier, but the problem is it delays your Rabadon so long, and by that point you sort of want other items like the Void, or even something like a Zhonya's, or if you want to go even deeper, stuff like the Randuin's can even be good on Veigar. So it's interesting to see what they go for. I think we've felt Veigar in the PCS so far has been honestly pretty low impact. But internationally, it's found a lot of success.
Yeah, it definitely did rise as like a power pick in OC as well, especially in the LCO. We'll have to see if Jimin can sort of find that same value from it. I think that starting the Sapphire Crystal is kind of a good step towards that. You know, being able to get that Lost Chapter nice and early does kind of help out with those early mana issues for him. And yeah, I mean, I wonder if Pretender can really punish him on the Annie.
We'll have to see. He can obviously build that towards the Catalyst, but if he did, would kind of suggest that he was going a Catalyst build with no tier, which honestly I'd be a fan of. I think tier on Veigar is nice, but honestly don't value the upgrade too highly until later on in the game. Scuttlecrab kind of gets sniped away. Ooh, was so close to Gemini being able to come get that. Maybe now looking mid. Jimian has the cage. Ooh, doesn't quite connect.
That was so close though, and I think we should bring up with this sort of Veigar in the mid lane, there's been so often where the Veigar has not been able to achieve anything in the games because they've just ended so early. And one thing that's important is he tends to not get much lane prio, at least for the majority of the game. And with that, it gives a lot of sort of productivity over to the side of Frank, and they can start building up perhaps some early dragons as well as Rift Herald through that prio.
Yeah, definitely going to be a big onus on Pretender, especially to try and find, you know, some kind of roam to outdo the Veigar in the mid lane and really punish the pick overall. And yeah, we haven't seen him do that much in the past couple games, so definitely going to be his chance to shine in this one. Going to be the difference making, especially helping out, you know, punish that bot side of Jinx and Nautilus, who, you know, do prefer to kind of have a bit of a quieter laning phase, and you know, they don't really have that many escape tools either, so can easily be punished.
They can. Solo kill looks like he's going to be forced to reset. We got very close to seeing some solo kills actually in this matchup yesterday, as you know, Malphite hits level 6 and can oftentimes just look for the kill. Maybe some trade coming out in the bot side here. Solo kill grabbed himself some magic resist very early, and it looks like it will be that tank Malphite coming out as well.
Yeah, definitely appears to be so. And bot lane already has got a bit of an advantage here for Shun, and health bar is definitely favoring them at the moment. So Zeri Braum getting a little bit punished here in at least the early stages of this lane, and it looks so good for Shun. And I mean, every single Jinx game he plays, I believe he's just absolutely popped off and really carried the game. So I wonder if on the side of Frank you are going to have to look for some way to shut this down, as we do see an invade coming in onto Hollow on his Gromp.
Looks like CFO will be forced away, at least for now. Now, is Jimmy News going to go both the tier and the Catalyst? So most likely we'll be just grabbing the El Clasico. Dragon potentially being started up. Gemini's looking at it. They do have that mid priority, and the Tibbers was used as well. So it looks like it should be theirs if they want it.
Yeah, I wonder if Frank's going to try and contest here.
Hook lands. There's just going to be a little bit of damage traded through over here in the bot lane, as all priority over here does allow them to pick up this first dragon. And on the team that you have to think scales a lot harder, really nice early pickup.
Yeah, it's definitely good, and I think kind of as you were hinting at before, teams have sort of struggled to play with the Veigar not having the same mid priority that you would from other picks, but the fact they still managed to get the dragon is a very nice sign. And obviously Annie's not the strongest bully, although Gemini
getting extremely low here. Hollow looking to solo him out, but with that movement speed he should be okay to run away for now, and ultimately is staying in that bush actually, perhaps looking for something in return. It is Eminem really low on both health and mana in this bot lane, as Winter's Bite will land onto Shun, but more fighting going on the top side of River.
Yeah, are actually going to manage to grab that scuttle sort of off the back of Veigar getting some priority into Annie. I mean, these are two champs that just aren't particularly strong in the 1v1, more known for kind of team fighting and skirmishing later on. Maybe now, though, Jimmy and has to be careful as Pretender. Obviously doesn't have the Tibbers, but has himself a level advantage.
Meanwhile, on the top lane, still looking relatively even. Both top laners have hit 6 now, and they do have the ults available, so hopefully we get to see some action in here soon. We did see Solo Kill versus Driver yesterday. They were really just going at it in this matchup, which is not something you'd kind of commonly expect. Like, you would think that both of them would be saving their ults for like more skirmishy stuff, but we know that these guys like to play aggressive.
They do, and I think it's a matchup where it kind of feels if you don't match ultimates, you just sort of find yourself falling behind, right? So if one person invests, you kind of have to as well. Hollow's going to be here to cover any sort of potential dive, but obviously Gemini isn't in the area, is just in base. Don't believe that was confirmed by the side of Frank though, so respecting it nonetheless. Could even look for a gank of their own, but Rest can just ult away if need be. We'll spot out Hollow here as well.
Yeah, so all lanes really are doing well here for the side of CFO, which we do see a 2-man Tibbers, but there is no follow-up, being that it is the Braum. But Pretender kind of just using Tibbers here on cooldown to push this wave out and find himself some recalls. Rift Herald, though, is started here from CFO, and Pretender has no mana whatsoever, so oh, Eminem trying to solo out Shun down in the bot lane. Actually gets him quite low, but we see a 4v4 erupting here, and it is going to be the unstoppable force landed, and it's Kaiwing going down first. Although Hollow finds a nice 2-man Cyclone. Rest flashes out on just 1 HP as Solo Kill, trying to see if he can 1v3 this early into the game. Hook will land onto him. He does dash over the wall, but Slaytrue with the flash root will confirm a second kill. Gemini picks up that one onto Hollow.
Wow, very weird fight there. Felt like there just was no damage on either side and slowly whittled them down. Unfortunately, it was the first blood that went over to Slaytrue. The Veigar ult was so close to stealing that, or I guess securing that, but was stolen away by Slaytrue, and while the gold still nice, would have been much better on the Veigar. Still though, I think CFO have to be very happy with that, a 2-for-0, as we get a look at the replay.
Yeah, all started off with this hook coming out from Slaytrue onto Kaiwing. After the shield was falling down as well, it means that Kaiwing's actually very vulnerable. Rest ult finds one onto him and secures that first blood. Frankie's supposed to kind of do a good job of turning around here, but like you said earlier, there's just no damage available, and CFO kind of just slow chase. Props to Slaytrue as well. Not only hits all of his hooks, but also flashes forward, recognizing that Hollow's now a vulnerable target and taking him out as well. Definitely came out on top in terms of the support battle there.
They do, and CFO now, despite having, you know, a pretty strong scaling team comp, have themselves that gold lead, the dragon, and the first herald. So ticking all the boxes here on the side of CFO. Definitely what you want to see out of them.
Yeah, absolutely is. And back up to top, this Arcane Comet Malphite is actually getting a lot of work done onto Solo Kill's Gnar. And I mean, that was kind of happening last game, and then Solo Kill turned into an absolute menace. So It seems like the side of Frank are going to have to look for that again almost, as Eminem gets quite a lot of chunk done onto him as Slaytrue lands that hook.
A lot of chunk indeed. Doesn't have any sums on Eminem. He did burn them both to chase down Shun before. Did manage to get the flash out of him. Obviously, both ADCs are going to be quite vulnerable while that's down. Rod of Ages now picked up for both mid laners. Relatively good timing, I think, for both of them, so are going to scale up pretty nicely. Even the stopwatch for Jimmy, I believe, had it in the runes and has just come online a little bit earlier, and Pretend is still working on his.
Yeah, with this Chemtech Drake coming up in 35 seconds, having a stopwatch is going to be a pretty good indicator of what CFO are able to do in this fight. Feels like they definitely do have the upper hand, and FAK Esports, they're going to have to try and find a way to, capitalize off of this, because I don't think they're going to be able to contest.
Yeah, probably do just want to wait a bit longer for the Zeri to scale, but ultimately it does feel like you kind of don't want to take this to the ultra late game. Maybe if you can try find that sweet spot around perhaps the third dragon, could be the place to fight. As Herald does get dropped bot, that gold is shared between the CFO, jungle, and AD. Will Viego finally deal some damage? We'll find out soon. Dragon is up and available now, and the way Frank are posturing kind of suggests they want to contest. Both tops do have their TP. Solo kill, though, currently no Narbar, so they're just going to try regain a little bit of control, let Eminem get his recall off. The Jinx ult narrowly does not cancel that base.
Yeah, I think Eminem getting his base off there is huge. It did get chunked down to around about half HP, so needs to be as healthy as possible for potentially what could be this upcoming Dragon fight. Both top laners as well, kind of just waiting around, twiddling their thumbs, seeing if there's going to be a fight breaking out, but looks like Frank, in the end, are just going to give it over.
CFO, they do just have too much control around that Dragon, and while Frank managed to delay it for some time, will just have to concede it in the end. And second Dragon picked up only 12 minutes in. We've seen CFO do this so much throughout the regular season. Going to be feeling very comfortable with their position now.
Yeah, and you have to wonder for Frank, you get outscaled, but all of a sudden in this early game, CFO 2k gold ahead and 2 dragons up as well. At what point are Frank going to be able to turn it around?
It does feel right, like you kind of have to play towards 2 items on the Zeri or something like that, but honestly won't be at the 2 items before this third dragon, you wouldn't think. Still doesn't have the mythic, although probably does have close to enough gold now, especially since he grabbed some of those plates. Hollow maybe needs to be a little careful here on the scuttle. Does just manage to pick it up. Won't be any punish, at least for now.
Able to secure that, but overall CFO definitely very happy with the current game state, even pressing forwards and looking for more. Not too interested in the buff, but really just the control around the bot side, hoping to set up for Shun to just continue to free farm like he has been so far. AD carries have been relatively even in terms of CS, but it does feel like Shun has the plate advantage and gold advantage overall.
It has been the beneficiary of so much of his team's pressure here. Wonder if he can manage to take that tower before the plates fall. At least for now will just be the blue grab, but still a lot of pressure around this bot jungle from the side of CFO.
Yeah, they have to be really careful though. They're being making sure to not commit too hard, especially in that sort of choke area where Kaiwing can find so much value with his Glacial Fissure. I'm going to back off for now, really just focusing on getting Shun as much CS as possible.
I have to wonder, as this game progresses, does this lane even start to look any better for Solo Kill? Because at the moment with this Frozen Heart completed, you see it right there, he's really not doing any damage. You have to imagine it's not going to be able to be a Hull Breaker game this game, almost certainly has to go Black Cleaver second. And even then, you don't really know. Rest is actually just walking under his tower looking for the kill.
That was a bit crazy from him. I don't know if that was
Chad energy. As we take a look here at the turret plates, you can see those 4 plates picked up in the bot lane. Obviously, a couple were shared there between the jungle and AD, but on Shun here has managed to grab himself pretty sizable amount of gold. Looks like that bot tower will remain, at least for now. Looking now towards that third dragon, which is going to spawn very, very early. And, still while the side of FAK Esports are trying to scale up, won't be any second items from anyone on their side.
Tender.
Oh yeah, Jimmy getting chunked out quite low here by the Tibbers, but ultimately the only thing up really is the Herald in 40 seconds, and with his build, the Rod of Ages should be able to sustain mostly back to full and be okay for that. And it actually looks like Solo Kill up on top will be going for Black Cleaver first. Fight erupts. It is going to be Hollow there getting depth charge, but Kaiwing in the middle is going invisible, is going golden, sorry. There is a Cyclone U, Slaytrue 1 proc off getting stunned up. He is going to go up as well as he doesn't quite die, but Rest comes in, finds the one-man ult. He will take down Hollow there on the side. Pretender trying to run for his life as Kaiwing getting chased under his tower as well. Looks like that'll be it for now, but again, just another free kill there picked up for the side of CFO.
It was, and now 3-0, 2k up, should be feeling very good about fighting this next dragon. Jimmy and even TP's top to be able to save this, and it's kind of looking like CFO just reaping the rewards of their draft here. Kind of feels like they just have pressure all across the map as well as the better team fight. I think really well played there.
Eminem looking for the 2v1. He is going to find Slaytrue. Can he also find Rest? This frozen heart is making Malphite so unkillable. Eminem's going to have to try and run. Is he going to be able to? That cheese wheel will slow him down quite a lot. He is going to find one. It is traded back though. Gemini now has got the reset, but ultimately Eminem picks up 2 for himself.
I think that's actually very important, getting those 2 kills there. Will accelerate him nicely for that 3rd dragon, and we'll take a look at how this all began.
Yeah, Slaytrue once again finds a hook onto Kaiwing. This time he does have the wall of Abel though and finds the Glacial Fissure onto 3 members, which stalls for quite a long time, but regardless of that, Hollow finds a re-engage. Slaytrue flashes over the wall after going golden, and Eminem, it looks like he has a really good angle here, but I think he's too afraid to go any further, and there's Rest with the assassination unstoppable force onto 1. And from here, Rest is just not taking any damage at all, slowly chasing down. This is a huge play from Eminem as well.
Yeah, it was really bold by him, just flashes forward, takes out Slaytrue, and perhaps thought he can 1v1 Rest, but honestly just feels a bit too tanky. I think Rest, if he'd just backed off, probably would have just been able to get the 1-for-0, but to actually flash forward to try secure it, maybe didn't realize Gemini was around. Important kills though, as we said, for Eminem. I still think, isn't going to have 2 items ahead of this next dragon, but does accelerate him pretty significantly, and I wonder, can Frank start this up? It looks like they have much better tempo on the map. CFO, they're quite late on their reset.
Rest popping a little bit of damage, but even with no magic resist, Pretender is just not doing any damage regardless. This Malphite is just tanky in all essence of the word. Now, with this Infernal Drake now alive, neither team really has set up just yet, but I feel like CFO has a better time getting this mid prior.
They do, and they have this Herald as well, so can always just trade away the Herald to allow themselves towards a drag, and it feels like kind of a make or break moment for Frank. You sort of have to contest this, but if you lose this fight, you're going to find yourselves at such a significant deficit. And CFO, they're going to want to start it up. They want to force Frank to make their move.
Yeah, we talked about how this 3rd dragon is so pivotal for Frank.
Hook lands onto Pretender. He does go golden, so we'll buy a bit of time. But full man Nara's found there by solo kill. He's looking to turn the game around. It is going to be 1 kill traded back, but Hollow picking up 2 for himself. Shun gets excited. Is he going to be able to get out? It looks like he will, but massive performance out of solo kill to turn that around.
Solo kill was really struggling in the side lane pretty much all game long, but that might be the way for Frank to come back into this game. They don't have their jungler here, though, and Shun's still full HP.
I don't think they can even secure this dragon. Frank is so low, and Shun is ever so healthy. Slaytrue as well doesn't quite connect the hook.
Oh, and with that hook miss, are they going to back away? It doesn't look like it. I think Shun, especially with the red buff, can force them off. There isn't a lot of threat here from the side of Frank. Oh, this might come down to just a 50-50.
Solo kill was TP up soon, though.
Looking for a 50-50. It is going to be Eminem who picks it up. They're looking for now a kill onto Slaytrue. Hook lands, Shun changing direction. Eminem actually dodges out of that zap, finds 2 for himself, and lives on 1 HP.
So close there, and I'm pretty sure CFO might have been able to force them off there, but unfortunately didn't hit enough of those W's. The hooks from Slaytrue did not connect. So Frank, they kind of get away with murder. They get the dragon and they get so much gold onto Eminem. Pretty much bring this game back to an even footing.
Yeah, it looks so dicey here from them. They had absolutely no vision or control over the river at all. They have to sort of muscle their way in. Slaytrue starts off with the hook, but Pretender is able to go golden before he gets CC'd any further. And look at this beautiful Gnarl. 4 men straight into the wall, and Hollow follows it up instantly with the Cyclone as well. And from here, Frank are able to clean it up, but they take a lot of damage in return. Shun is able to stay safe through the majority of that and dish out some damage of his own.
I am kind of blown away there that Eminem was able to survive as well as pick up the double kill. He dodged the zap, and in that time between his damage, Kaiwing's damage, as well as Pretender's damage, we're able to almost take out a full HP Jinx, and that really, really could be a huge difference maker in this game, and all props really to solo kill for making that even slightly possible. That 4-man Gnarl was so pivotal in making that even even within a dream's range.
Yeah, definitely the biggest play we've seen so far in the series, and with that, Frank have managed to close the gold lead significantly and also pick up that third dragon crucially for them, giving them a lot more time to play within this game as well. Eminem too, 4-1 now on the Zeri. He's able to become this key carry for Frank.
He is, but it's worth noting that I think playing the Zeri up into the likes of Nautilus, the Vega, and the Malphite is quite difficult. There's a lot of point and click available to you, and you have to be very careful how you position around it. If there is a man to do it, though, it could be Eminem, has obviously been performing extremely well here in the playoffs. And I think while Frank have kind of bought themselves some time in this game, it is still in CFO's control.
Yeah, it does feel like Eminem definitely needs his flash available for Frank to even stand a chance of winning the fight. All of the damage is really coming from him, and without him, Frank, they're really going to suffer if he can't dish out the DPS. Rest, though, is still gradually getting tankier and tankier. Hasn't quite finished the second item yet, but what is he even building towards there? Is that the Jack Show?
I think it is Jack Show, yeah. I think that's kind of interesting. I don't know that you need really the MR against the Annie. I think you could even just look for that Iceborne Gauntlet, but is going to opt into it, and it will make him even more survivable against that Annie, who eventually will likely do a bit of damage to him. So I guess it is a good pickup, as well as it obviously amplifies his already existing armor.
Yeah, it's going to make him very, very tanky here. Dragon always remains at least somewhat a threat here, though, for the side of CFO. They've got it coming up in 2 more minutes now. Crucially, Eminem is very, very fed, though. Is very accelerated now. And Jimmy, he has gone for that Sarah second, so won't really be hitting his stride until he grabs that Rabadon. Especially not if he itemizes something like the Void after. Won't be making use of all that extra AP that Vega can have access to.
And one of the biggest issues, though, for Eminem is that he kind of has to itemize towards the Navori third, which means that his Lord Doms is still going to be pretty delayed, and it's going to be a really tough mission getting through Rest with all the armor he has available to him so far in the game. Definitely needs a few more gold injections to really be able to dish out the big damage.
Yeah, it's kind of, while he has at least some damage, is maybe relying on the likes of Pretender or Solo Kill to find some sort of big engage to put that fight in a better position for himself. Pretender, I think, has been, kind of invisible in this game so far, but certainly hasn't done bad for himself. He's still found a lot of impact.
By here, going on to Slaytrue, doesn't land a nice knock-up onto Kaiwing. Guardian keeping it alive for now, but there's 2 people chasing him down. Glacial Fissure will not stop them. It is going to be Gemini picking up that kill, and they are now turning their heads towards this Baron.
Yeah, I think they just might be able to do it. Frank are going to be forced to contest 4v5, and there's a lot of cooldowns.
coming in.
Yeah, double TP. They don't have a Tibbers, actually, so this is going to be so hard to do.
Cage was wasted.
Solo Kill does have his Mega Nut coming up very, very shortly, and Eminem will spot out the health.
He's on the wrong
Pretender
side.
does actually get taken so low, but it is Eminem trying to find everyone. He finds Shun. He's going to find Slaytrue. What else can this man find? It's a double kill for him so far. Gemini's going to have to flash out of the Baron pit as
the Baron
heads towards Baron now.
He can't make it over the wall.
Oh my goodness, nice double mar. It is going to be another couple of kills picked up here, as well as the Baron, and Frank are in such a lead now.
Yeah, Frank are running away with this game completely. They get a quadra kill onto Eminem Zeri. 4,000 damage done for him in that fight. And I have to say, it was just really badly executed from the side of CFO. Your Jinx ends up in no man's land. Vega is just using cages completely wastefully. And they really allow Frank to just come in and clean them up. And you've got to do better here as CFO.
Yeah, Frank have now pulled ahead with the gold, and just so much going on in this team fight. It feels like CFO had a pretty decent setup here, and for some reason, they choose to go for this engage here, which actually turns out pretty well for them, gives them the opportunity to even look for the Baron in the first place. But, crucially, that, the Nautilus ultimate as well as the Vega ultimate and the Vega flash, so many key abilities used, which means that this fight turns out a little bit worse for them. Pretender actually gets engaged on first. Drishline goes wide, but Eminem on the flank, somehow by himself on a solo mission, finds so much with the follow-up as well, the CC to help keep him going and just clean up these kills. Honestly, CFO, they're on the run, and with the Baron so low, it's just right for the taking.
It is, and I think Solo Kill, another massive Gnarl found. Credit to him and Eminem, kind of putting this game on their backs here. And honestly, we were saying before that it was going to be extremely difficult for Frank to come back into this, although he's very happy with that. But now it feels the other way around, right? CFO, now they have to try to find a way back into this. Down 4,000 gold, have to face the Baron, and Dragon's completely evened up.
Yeah, it's so scary as well. Frank have so many tools available to try and dive this turret as well. With solo kill in the side lane, level 50, level 16 now over rest level 14. They've just got so much raw power available to them. Going to be focusing on this mid and bot lane tier 2 turrets. And it's just so rough. It feels like CFO, they don't quite have enough wave clear to be able to deal with both.
No, they do have that Veigar cage though, which can buy them a bit of time. But currently, the Baron power play is sitting at almost 5,600 gold. Definitely a massive turnaround.
Oh, Gemini here will not be able to find that snare on Pretender, so he is okay to just walk out. Does lose that Tibbers importantly, but not bad for the side of Frank. It will pressure at least one recall out of Gemini, and perhaps they can look for the tower shortly. And I want to say, I feel like at this stage of the game, Rest will be just a pacifist Malphite until this Zeri is on his screen.
You'd have to hope so, right? Feels like if you can't kill Eminem, you have no chance of winning the fight. And it was kind of crazy in that last fight as well. Managed to find himself, Eminem, in a place where there was no Veigar, no Malphite. And I believe the Nordot was already used previously. Just had no threats and isolated Shun on the Jinx and just took him out.
Yeah, Eminem finds an opportunity and he really just pounces on it. Frankie Sports, so they're having trouble taking down these tier 2 turrets. Kaiwing expends the ultimate.
Ooh, nice Glacial Flizzard. Will block off a little bit, but ultimately aren't able to find this tower as of yet. But as pointed out before, I mean, it's almost up to a 7,000 gold Baron power play, and you can't really ask for much more as they now are ultimately ahead by just a little over 5,000 gold.
Yeah, it's a little bit rough though. You'd hope that they'd be able to get more from that Baron, but they aren't able to break down that mid lane tier 2, which gives CFO the opportunity to retain a big presence on the map. I think that a big part of that is because Frank, like we mentioned before, they don't really have any tools to go in and really just relying on CFO to go in first. But look at that gold lead for Eminem.
Yeah, that's insane. That is an entire item, an entire AD carry item nonetheless ahead of this Jinx, and it's going to be so hard now to take out Eminem. He's picked up the stopwatch, so we'll have that available for be it Nautilus ult or the Malphite ult, and I mean, you can just try and chain CC on him as long as you do hit him with one, but ultimately he's going to be so hard to take down at this point.
Does feel pretty much invincible, I think, with the stopwatch, especially because he will have that flash in time for the next drag. Worth noting is that Dragon and Baron spawn at similar times, and it is only going to be the third Dragon for either team, so there is potential to kind of go towards that Baron, and we've seen CFO kind of do stuff like that before, where they do just try and rush down that Baron with all their DPS. Obviously just tried it earlier in the game, it didn't really work out.
Reiki Sports. Hollow's actually waiting on the top side. There's no one here at all. I wonder how long he's going to wait around here for. I guess at a certain point he realizes that no one is actually coming towards him, and with that they can understand where CFO kind of positioning across the map.
Yeah, and I think this is good actually because they've just cleared out and made sure no one's on the top side, so Pretender's able to get pressure up in the top lane. It is going to almost certainly have to be answered, and then they should get priority over the river just before this dragon spawns. So I think nice usage of sort of the Wukong to be able to find something, as we do find the tower there in the middle lane.
Yeah, CFO was spread so thin across the map that Frank are just able to clean up that, those last remaining HP points on that mid lane turret, and might potentially look for this top lane turret as well.
Eminem's so confident he just dashes over the wall into tower, and I mean, why not? He dashed 1v5 last fight and it worked out well, as Recall should come in here and look toward what is third dragon for either team.
Yeah, Eminem definitely, I respect his confidence as well. He's got so many tools available for him, 4 items completed, including that Guardian Angel, and both summoners available. Definitely feeling really comfortable, even if, there's the threat from Rest with the Unstoppable Force. Being able to flash away from that pretty much secures you for the rest of the fight.
Solo kill already in position for another massive flank here. And CFO, it looks like they're being forced away from Baron, so I'm just going to have that 5v5 on Dragon, and it's a fight that you have to favor the side of Frank in at the moment.
Oh, he's got a good angle on it.
Solo kill is going to look here. He's finding some damage onto Rest. He's building up the Narbar. 3-man Unstoppable Force will land, but there is no follow-up. It will be Rest going down first. Are they able to find something here? It is Hollow going over. He has to go golden, but can he get the Cyclone off before he dies? It looks like he might. Nice ult there, but Shun lives on 1 HP. It is going to be another double kill here found by Zeri. It looks like it might just be a triple kill, although Pretender picks it up. And now Dragon for Frank. It is such a disaster here for the side of CFO. Eminem is carrying on. He's looking for Jimmy in here in the bot lane. He's getting corralled. It looks like he will be going down. Tries to find damage, manages to get both the teleport and the shield bow down, but ultimately Dragon, teamfight win, and now onto towers and inhibitors.
Yeah, could maybe even go just for this inhib. 8,000 damage down by Eminem. Was actually 0 from Holo. Didn't even get the Cyclone off. Was just CC'd down, but you know, they're so far ahead, and unfortunately, it feels like CFO now running out of options. I think especially it's kind of telling when Rest can find that 3-man ult, but there's no follow-up, and he was kind of almost forced into doing it because otherwise would have just had to ult away. Look at a replay.
Yeah, I mean, CFO, they do kind of retain the river control for now, and they feel like they're, you know, in a good position, but they don't know that Solokill is just waiting right behind them with his half Mega Gnar bar, just ready to go in as soon as his teammates are ready. And Frank, they do a really good job of pushing them into the choke, right into the waiting arms of him. The Glacial Fissure comes out really early, doesn't actually find anyone, but Rest, you know, with his 3-man ult, the CFO, they're just too scared to walk up with Kaiwing, you know, zoning and Holo on the side too. Rest goes down super quickly, and Holo has a bit of a mishap, but does do a good job of keeping CFO in the area and setting up for the Mega Gnar ultimate. And Shun drops so low, taken out in the end. And without your main AD carry alive, you don't have any more damage left in the team fight.
You don't, but returning to live, looks like CFO were trying to do the Baron.
Oh, they are grouped here. Holo's looking. It will be a 3-man, and followed up by a 3-man Tibbers. Rest comes in. He finds himself a 4-man, but ultimately there is no damage to follow it. It's going to be another 3 members from CFO going down. They're doing this Baron, but I almost perhaps think they could have ended.
Yeah, and unfortunately in that fight, Shun, you know, the main carry of the side of CFO right now, was only able to do 300 damage. It was just taken out so early. Jimin as well on the run. I don't think he can get this off.
Oh, the TP is TPing right into the base. This might just be the game for Frank Esports. Jimin actually gets cancelled at the last second. Eminem going to be picking up another freebie for himself. Legendary on the Zeri. And now Slaytree, the only surviving member, trying his best to delay what is the inevitable. Frank picking up game 3 of the series, leading against CFO.
Yeah, well, it did start off with obviously CFO taking out game number 1 in an extremely decisive fashion, and they looked like they were going to do it again here in this game too, until Eminem made a heroic play mid, picked himself up 2 kills, and then they just found team fight after team fight to bring themselves back into the game. They got all their objectives, and really it was the Eminem show, although I'm not even sure that that's true because of Solokill's Gnar ults were actually insane.
They were. It did feel like a 2-man effort, but man, I feel like CFO threw that game so hard. I think they were in such an unlosable position, and then, you know, had the disaster on the mid wave, followed up by a pretty much unlosable fight, then gave Eminem some more kills, and then lost at the Baron, right? It feels like if any one of those things don't happen, CFO probably are still in a commanding position, but unfortunately just mis-execution after mis-execution, and Frank, they punished so hard.
Yeah, we talked about how CFO, they had all the scaling on their side. You know, they were just kind of just racking up the CS, racking up the gold, waiting for the late game where they could just clean up the team fights. But Frank stopped them dead in their tracks, and you know, Eminem finds so many opportunities. Just an absolute Chad on the Zeri, carrying that game on his back. And yeah, like you mentioned as well, Solokill finding so many good Gnar ults. Just a huge performance from both of them.
Yeah, ultimately, I think in that game, there were like 2 really decisive, or maybe even 3, you could say, was obviously Eminem going in 1v2, finding himself 2 kills, but then the following team fight, they were still very far behind. He was about even with Shun, but ultimately the team was behind. Solokill then goes in, finds a 3-man Gnar ult, followed by a 3-man Cyclone, which really gave the game a bit more power to them. And then at the Baron, he scoots on in there behind 4 members, or 5 members even, in a 4v5, finds Shun, and then finds another 3 kills as well as the Baron. And I don't know, there were just so many crazy moments there, and I honestly don't even know. I mean, I think Eminem will get MVP, but I think Solokill should really be considered as well.
Yeah, definitely both of them. I would give it to Eminem, particularly for the fact that, you know, he did make all those plays pretty much by himself. Like, there was the team fights that were great from Solokill, but, you know, the fact that he 1v2s on the mid wave and then finds that really great couple kills off the back end of that fight, and then even manages to just assassinate Shun. Like, how often do you see that? Zeri just... Normally they 1v3 by dashing, like, into the back line, you know, from your team, right? But he just went straight in, you know, skipped all that, found Shun isolated at the back, and I think doing that up against stuff like the Nautilus and the Vega, champs that are kind of made to deal with you, is very impressive.
Yeah, it just shows how good of an understanding he has of the game, right? He knew that the key abilities were down, and he felt so comfortable going into that by himself, 1v4 on the flank in that Baron fight. Just absolutely wipes the floor with CFO.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think while there is obviously the good, and we saw a lot of that, there is the bad. And I think that's blue first pick Viego.
Yeah. Did feel like, you know, Frank kind of did the impossible and managed to win on red side. That is very important, right? As we were saying, that you have to find at least one win on red side if you're the team without side selection, as Frank were. And I don't know, the Viego, we're going to see the damage, but there was definitely a couple times where we see the post-team fight damage and it's, double digits, which is not what we want to see. And I wonder why that's prioritized over the Wukong.
Yeah, it feels like Gemini didn't really find anything at all, and it's just the same story over and over again with this damn Viego. I don't really understand the point of it at all. It doesn't fit.
Yeah, me neither. I wonder if, because obviously we've seen Gemini, he's done pretty well in general on most junglers. He's looked best on Vi, admittedly, and that's just a permaban at this stage of the PCS, but there's got to be more sort of things for him to pick up, because it looks like he's just trying to not play the Wukong for some reason. He's picked Viego twice in a row. They've banned the Maokai, which is also a possible pickup if they really wanted it. He has played it before. As we will go to a replay.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of the big ones where CFO, they kind of just get caught, and Solikill finds this huge 4-man ultimate and just sets up for the rest of his team to succeed. You can see Rest doing his best to try and find those unstoppable forces. He actually finds a 3-man, which should be significant, but when the rest of his team is down for the count, there's not much they can do to try and follow up on that. And this one again, CFO, they look for the Baron. It just doesn't work out for them. I think Eminem, you can see him sneaking in on the back end, just dashes straight in, no fear at all, and Shin left all by himself. And that's what happens when you as CFO draft a team and leave very little protection for your Jinx.
And I think that it did just feel like a pretty big misexecution from CFO too. I think Jimian really didn't find pretty much any value on the Veigar, unfortunately. Didn't have good enough cages and didn't quite get to the point where he had that damage. And look at Viego damage, man. It's almost as low as Nautilus.
Yeah, I don't know, man. This champ actually has to leave these drafts. I'm not even so sure it's that terrible, but it just hasn't been working at all in almost any of these games. I mean, we saw it had a pretty decent win rate. In fact, I think it was 80% at the start of the series, but it's just not doing anything here. And even in the games it wins, it really does seem like it could just be replaced with anything else. And I mean, even in this one, you feel like you could just have Zinzao or Jarvan, and you'd have even a better team comp there. But it is actually going to be Solikill pick up the MVP here. And honestly, I think that is really well deserved, because again, while Eminem was finding stuff by himself, it was ultimately Solikill who sealed the deal on that massive team fight with that 4-man Gnar.
Yeah, I mean, usually you only see one of those big Gnar plays a game, but Solikill finds multiple over and over again and really just sets the tone for this top lane matchup, right? He's really just getting the best over Rest.
Yeah, well, at the moment it does seem like ultimately it is Solikill kind of winning out on this top lane. It looked like Rest was doing pretty well early. He found some pretty nice Malphite ults, but unfortunately it was just not in a position where anyone could really follow up on it. I mean, a lot of the time Shun was just completely eliminated from the fight entirely. And also he never really found one onto Eminem until the very, very end part of that game. But ultimately, that'll do us for game number 3 here. And honestly, we've got a pretty insane series on our hands, so definitely stick around for game number 4.
touching on me arm when it's so good. Go write that check, cause I'm feeling too much confidence on that heavyweight flex. I've been earning and working, everybody want this. I'm untouchable, stacked up Greek god. I got the thunder and lightning, energy rush. I've been winning and winning since the day I was made. Bet you wanna be like me. I'm always on top of the game.
非常感谢 iHotel 还特地为了队伍设置对战室，让队伍可以一起在里面团练与复盘。训练室都是采用最高规格的电竞电脑主机，3060 RTX 显示卡 ，AMD 5600X CPU，DDR4 32G， 还有 ASUS TUF Gaming 165赫兹32寸曲面萤幕。网络的部分，全馆使用免费高速光纤专线网路，对手机的用户来说也提供 WiFi 6的无线网路。选手座椅的全面是配置 DX Racer 的电竞椅。现在我们看到的是选手休息与睡觉的地方，我们安排2个人一间房间，有2种房型。床的部分是使用斯林百兰国际5星饭店的御用名床，房间内都还配置了免治马桶、雅马哈的环绕音响以及 4K 55寸的电视。玩家们最在意的网咖食物的部分，平常除了自助吧以外，还有提供主餐，包含欧姆蛋、培根卷或者是炸虾饼，可以供大家选用。我们在拍摄的过程中，还有看到民众点的经典网咖泡面哦。
Hello and welcome back to our Spring Split semi-final here between both CFO and Frank. Of course, brought to you by Riot Games, Carry Live, and iHotel. Now, if you're only just joining us, I think you've just missed what was one of the most exciting games we've had here. And going from this, we have a 2-1 lead now for Frank. And I feel like for the side of CFO, you have to somehow control solo kill.
Yeah, it does feel tough, right? Frank do just look like they're stronger, and solo kill has kind of gotten the better of Rest now in a couple matchups. And as a reminder, right, it's Frank who are now, one game away from just securing their spot in the finals up against PSG. So, yeah, going to have to see something big from CFO. They unfortunately lost on the blue side in that previous game. Now going to have to run it back and see what they change.
Yeah, I mean, just huge individual performances from both Solical and Eminem, right? They just carry the game on their backs. Feels like the rest of them are just along for the ride. And CFO, they had such a good, commanding lead in that game, but they just throw it away time and time again, and I'll suffer the price for it.
Yeah, it really did feel like they had all the tools and everything they needed to win that game. And like you said, it was just chain throws really that had the game slip away from them. Looks like they're still in relatively good spirits here. And you'd be hoping for the 5-game series, I think, with Frank and CFO. I mean, there are two teams that feel like either of them could represent us in the finals, and you'd be pretty happy with it.
Yeah, and while I don't think you have to necessarily ban it out in the ban phase, I think you should just self-ban the Viego. It really doesn't seem to be achieving a whole lot. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there is other junglers available that are currently quite strong, and it doesn't seem like you really need to pick the Viego, but they have twice in a row and lost both times. But we will now, of course, head into our champion select. It is CFO banning yet again the Sejuani and the Xayah. Frank, on the other hand, are also following up. They've banned the Vi, and interestingly, they've gone for a second rotation or second ban of the Lucian.
Yeah, it's not something we see too often, but yeah, I'm not too sure about that one. I wonder what's
They did ban
up
the
with
last game as well,
did.
I'm pretty sure, yeah. I believe it was the Vi Lucian Jace that was banned previously. So it should just be the same 3 bans match. And yeah, I wonder if it's maybe just Frank feel like if Shun doesn't get really far ahead on something like the Lucian Nami, that it is just going to be fine for them.
Yeah, we did think that, the Jinx was Shun's comfort zone, being that scaling hyper carry, but he just wasn't able to find enough. I think his team really just kind of let him down in terms of the setup. It feels like those team fights are just so hard to play and at every step of the way.
Yeah, they did seem to have like a fairly decent team fighting comp, but ultimately the execution of it was never sort of in a way of which Shun could contribute to it. He was always on the side having to deal with the likes of Hollow and Solo Kill, but ultimately here it is going to be a salty run back for the 3rd game in a row, and 3-1 Frank.
Wow, I'm so surprised that after that previous game went for the Viego that they've actually gone and locked that in again. It just feels like it so consistently finds no value whatsoever.
Yeah.
And
man.
Frank, I mean, they could just run back their comp, right? Maybe take the anti-Wukong 1-2 just like last game.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Viego, it can work, but you really need to have the team comp built around securing that first reset for him in team fights, because without getting that first reset, he's just, a completely useless blob of a champion. And hopefully CFO at least are able to understand that in building their team comp this time around and pick some more Viego-friendly champions.
And I wonder if CFO are just saying that, they found themselves such a sizable lead in the previous game that if they hadn't thrown away, there was nothing really wrong with their comp. But I feel like if there were one thing to change about it, it would be the Viego. It feels like it's just, could be any aggressive early game jungler like the Wukong or even something like the Lee Sin. I wouldn't be opposed to seeing over Viego.
Yeah, no, I think that's an interesting point you raised, because Gemini has played the Lee Sin, and he's honestly looked like one of the better Lee Sins in the region. So anyway, ultimately it will be the Viego locked in. It is Jinx and Nautilus here for the side of CFO, so is going to be a salty run back so far at least, and we'll have to see if the same lock-in comes of the Nah for the side of Frank. I mean, you'd expect it, because solo kills look so good in the past 2 games on it, and currently hovered. Definitely expect it to be locked.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of makes sense that these guys are picking the same champions. It does feel like CFO, sure, there are draft issues, but I feel like ultimately in that game it came down to who executed better, and CFO didn't execute that well, quite frankly, and Frank Esports just looking to try and see if they can do the same thing again.
Yeah, I wonder if they go for the Zeri Lulu again, if maybe CFO will play something like the Syndra, because I think Jimin's much better at the Syndra than the Veigar, and it still adds that point and click that kind of synergizes with the Nautilus into it.
Yeah.
I think, importantly, it was Zeri Braum, so I think Syndra might lose a little bit of value there. Just, I mean, depends entirely on Kaiwing and his usage sort of that wall, but we do see Kennen now banned from the side of Frank, and have to look for the answers here. It's going to be Leona, so still leaving open that Zeri at the moment, and I wouldn't be too surprised to see it be banned, but based on the first support ban, you wouldn't expect it to be necessarily.
Kind of just seems like we might end up with almost the exact same draft here, which I can kind of see why.
Yeah, I think CFO feel like they were robbed of that game, but like they messed up more times than one.
Yeah, they did. And I think it wasn't really a draft problem. Okay, they do ban away the Zeri, so at least we'll see a little bit of adaptation here. Now they have to try and find a melee support, ideally, to pair with Kai'Sa. I think we might have seen Annie Kai'Sa once, but doesn't like come out to you as a strong combo.
Yeah, it doesn't seem that powerful. I wonder what you pair with this Kai'Sa if you choose to go for it. Leona's off the table. Thresh is alright, but really not that heavy CC support that you're really looking for. It's going to be locked in for Eminem.
I wouldn't be too surprised to see a Blitzcrank. We have seen Kaiwing pick it before, and it does actually pair fairly well with Kai'Sa. You get 2 immediate stacks of that Plasma, and does allow for a lot of sort of priority in the lane as well. I mean, you naturally kind of have that having the Kai'Sa with her Q execute, but I mean, we'll have to see ultimately. It should ultimately be like a melee sort of engaged support, you'd have to think, and we have seen Kaiwing's Blitz, as I said, so I wouldn't be surprised. But it is Malphite locked in, so it looks like we will mostly have a run back, with the only exception being no Zeri.
Yeah, I wonder what CFO going to opt for last. Oh, it might actually change it up, hovering the Talia instead, as well as Silas. Silas is a bit weird, I think.
Yeah, I mean, the Silas for the Nara, I guess, makes sense, but it doesn't feel like it's super good on the rest of the comp. I think I would. Okay, it's locked in, which, I mean, I wonder if it's a denial as well, like want to protect the Malphite, but I'm not overly overjoyed, I guess, with the Silas pick here.
Yeah, it always feels like picking a champion solely for the purpose of denying it from the enemy team is just kind of like a band-aid fix and doesn't really work out that well. Majority of the time, there aren't really that many good ultimates to take, it feels like, but Frank hovering the Pike, now this could be really exciting for Kaiwing.
And it looks like, swaps to the Braum. Melg's hopes dashed away.
That's so sad.
Well, I think importantly, the Braum did look honestly fairly decent last game. The Glacial Fissures were sort of disrupting the fight enough for particularly Eminem to work around them, and they will have nice setup again between both the Braum and the Na, as well as the Wukong, and they mostly have just the exact same team comp. I think honestly the biggest difference here is the Silas instead of the Vega, sorry, and I think that could be quite a big difference because it does give you a lot more early pressure, particularly if you can sort of look for roams around with the Viego, and I guess we'll have to look at how they really play it out. But ultimately, there is a couple of good ults. You do have the Wukong as well as the Na, but I mean, you could also become sort of an assassin on the Silas with the Kai'Sa ult as well. So not the worst, but mostly very similar in terms of the team compositions.
Yeah, it does feel like Jimmy just has a few more options overall. He doesn't really look that comfortable on the Vega, so definitely a welcome change to see him on the Silas instead. And actually, it turns out there are actually some decent ultimates for him to take with Frank locking in that Braum last. It feels like there's actually a good spread of ultimates to steal.
Yeah, we'll have to see if maybe just having that more aggression kind of favors CFO, because definitely looked like both the Vega and the Viego were kind of lost in that previous game.
Yeah, definitely lost in the source.
Lost in the source, indeed. As we get on to the Rift for game number 4 here, CFO, will they be able to take us to game 5? Kind of almost feel robbed if they don't, because they're such a strong team, and you'd really love them to be able to push Frank all the way.
Yeah, CFO on the brink of being eliminated from the playoffs. If they drop this game, they are out, and that is their spring split, done and dusted. Really just backs against the wall at this point.
Yeah, and so I think, again, this has kind of been the theme already of today, as we do see, Arcane comment on the Malphite, but where these junglers tend to play around has dictated a lot about the early game. I mean, naturally, of course, right, but there has been, I think last game was probably the less shown out of sort of the junglers, but ultimately, I feel like if you're prioritizing, you probably go around bot. Having that Braum as well as having the Nautilus does give you options there. I think interestingly though, now that you're in the Annie versus Amelie, you can actually look for setup in the mid lane with the Wukong. So maybe even more options for the side of Frank than they did really have last game.
Rest is looking for the Q this time again, but Solokil not having any of it. He's learned from his past mistakes.
It does just walk away. I like that you bring up the fact that there is a bit more ganks up this time for the side of Frank. Even last time, you saw Gemini spending quite a lot of time mid, so wouldn't be surprised to see mid lane be kind of hotly contested. especially kind of ahead of this first dragon, because it seems like if you can manage to get your bot priority naturally and then force it through mid, does allow you to take away that first dragon and kind of put yourself towards that win condition nice and early.
I like how Solo Kill in this matchup takes his E first so he can dodge from the Arcane Comet in level 1. It's kind of a cool little thing to have done. It does definitely make sure you stay a little bit more healthy. And having a look bot, it looks like for the now at least, Jinx and Nautilus will hold priority in this bot lane, similar to last game, but they honestly got quite a lot from it and are just throwing around the mid game, and you have to look for them to do something similar. But mid lane looks a lot better this game for Pretender than it has in the past couple.
Yeah, I think that Annie has kind of been, for the most part, just a facilitator. Hasn't really found any big carry performances. Has, found nice ults off the back of the likes of the Gnarl. And this game, though, up against the Sylas, can bully pretty heavily and maybe be the one that takes this Frank lineup all the way to the grand final.
Yeah, Jimmy did opt for the second win as well as the drone shield pickup at the start of the game as well. So he was able to sustain through a decent amount of this, but still the damages got to stack up.
I think Annie, one of the more pressing sort of mid laners when you are sort of that melee champion, as her attack range is something, I want to say it's something similar to Caitlyn's.
Yeah.
Definitely one of the highest in the game. And so just even weaving in some auto attacks, as well as every time you get that first strike proc, if you can get a Q off as well, that damage really does quickly add up. And you're kind of seeing that already. Obviously, Jimmy is able to pick up quite a lot of that CS, but it is a large health gap for Pretender.
Is stacking up pretty nicely here for him, especially with that first strike as well. Solo Kill once again pretty low, but without any additional pressure, you kind of feel like Malphite runs out of mana just before you can hit the point where you are maybe looking to force your opponent to base or just chunk them out so much that maybe you can pick up a Solo Kill after. If they could get pressure up there, maybe they could look for something, but it feels like Gemini will need to relieve pressure mid or maybe even look for something bot. After the Dawn Shield nerf as well, it's much more difficult to play champs like Sylas that have a very weak early game here, especially against, as you mentioned, Annie with the long auto range.
Hollow looking, he will not find Jimmy and just yet. It is Flash, the stun will land, and Flash follow from Hollow. He is going to pick up first blood, so already a great start onto Frank, looking better than last game, and they even won it.
Yeah. Well, nothing really to say there. It feels like Jimmy just ended up with his lane in a pretty bad position. Obviously was chunked out very low. And remember, this is your mid lane counter pick. You saw the Annie, although maybe could be a flex. You're not really expecting it with the Kai'Sa, though. Opts into the Sylas, fully knowing this, and unfortunately is already pretty significantly behind off of that.
Yeah, big pickup for Frank. First blood going their way. And Catalyst picked up for Pretender first base, which gives him so much tankiness and so much more, sustain in the lane overall. And it's really not going to get easier for Jimmy at all in this laning phase.
I really like the Catalyst as well. Just being picked up so early up against the likes of the Sylas and the Viego. They kind of need to gank mid, and it's just a lot harder to gank when your Annie has so much additional health to sustain as well. Ooh,
Hook does miss here. They won't have anything really to follow up with Shun being so close, but nice dodge out.
And top lane matchup, I think last time Rest was actually up CS from what I remember after that first recall, but this time is down a little bit further, so maybe Solo Kill has just played those first few levels a little bit better. It does look like the same first resets come through though, so not expecting it to play out that differently.
Overall, game state has started to stabilize a little bit. Dragon is up for the taking. Gemini is looking pretty deep in the bot side. Frankie Sports bot lane are basing as well, but no one is really around in bot lane at all. Well, everyone's just going to back off.
Yeah, most likely would just take too long to do that Dragon by yourself. Long enough that either you fall too far behind in the tempo jungler, or even that Frank might just be able to path out of base and contest it. So instead, it does just go back to those Krugs. Maybe we'll look back at it in the future. The rest he is going to crash this wave. And one thing we kind of saw maybe with Malphite in the past is looking for a gank top at level 6 with that Malphite ulti. Here, though, haven't seen any pressure towards that. Lots of members around mid. Even Rest coming down as well. Just a battleground right now.
Both teams have the
It's a
same
3v3. Rest is level 6, so this is really bad for Frank. They really should try back off, and they do. So everything is okay for now as the ARAM begins.
Yeah, everyone was just kind of waiting in the wings there, and ultimately just kind of ends up being neutralized. Both teams too afraid to pursue that skirmish any further, and Now for CFO.
Slater in trouble, does have to hook away. Now Gemini looked at is going to be exhausted. Can they find the stun through Winter's Bite? It's one proc away, he will get it with that. And they are chasing him down. Flash is not available for Jaego. One more ability, but they will not be able to land it. So nice to have been able to get away, but again, it's just showing so much pressure here for the side of Frank.
Yeah, that slow chase from Braum really just doing wonders for Frank. They almost get their kill on the Gemini, but just barely. Not enough damage to follow it up with. CFO, they all started with them, you know, trying to get their mid-wave in, but they just don't have enough wave clear to be able to do that quickly enough.
No, certainly don't. And the Viego, I think, managing to live there on 1 HP is actually pretty important, right? If it was another kill picked up by Hollow, would have a very hard time contesting any of these, you know, Dragons or Heralds. And you want to be able to put yourselves on the board here as CFO. Want to be able to take those skirmishes, especially when you have a Silas. Kind of feels like you wouldn't be doing the champ justice if you do just try and sit back and scale for the first 10 minutes.
Yeah, does feel like it needs to make something happen. Otherwise, Frank, I feel like, I don't know, who do you think scales better actually? Because for the side of Frank, the only thing they've changed out is the Kai'Sa for the Zeri.
I'd say Frank scale better. Just, I mean, I suppose a lot of it does just come down to how well the ADCs play the fights. It feels like a lot of it is just that, but I don't know. I guess it's just more consistent for Frank. At the same time, if you can find, you know, big Malphite ult into big Stolen Gnar ult into Jinx resets, there is always the way for CFO to win the fight that way. But I think just pound for pound, it should probably be Frank. Although,
oh wow,
solo kill is solo killed by Rest.
Yeah, I wonder how that really happened. I mean, you lose his flash and Malphite lost ult, but I mean, if you've traded those two, you expect to live, and it is now Rest finally in the 4th game getting the better of solo kill.
It's always so weird seeing Malphite get solo kills. He just kind of sits in the bush there. I think solo kill, I guess, just doesn't know he's in there. It seems like he suspects it, but yeah, Rest just goes straight into flash. Yeah, doesn't quite manage to dodge the unstoppable force, and that just spells death for the Gnar. Really just not good at all. You can tell he's just really upset about that. That sucks.
Yeah, he could have flashed any direction except that one.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so unlucky though, but really good for the side of CFO to get this Malphite some early gold, because it is ultimately, again, this Malphite again, what is predominantly just a full AD team comp. Obviously, Kai'Sa offers a little bit of AP damage as well as Annie, but getting armor on the Malphite early will look so good here for the side of CFO.
Yeah, Frozen Heart already completed is going to mean that he's going to win out on a lot of these trades early on. Still, Kimtech Drake is alive, almost 10 minutes in the game. Neither team has really made a move for it. Same with the Rift Herald as well. Both of them kind of just wanting to stabilize, and you have to feel like that's a bit worse for CFO.
Yeah, CFO not finding any impact with a Silas early is a little surprising. Obviously, Silas still goes for the Rod of Ages build, so it doesn't really fall off in the same way it used to, but you're kind of expecting a champion with gank setup and with such strong skirmishing to be involved in some of these early fights. Instead, looks like it will just be a very slow game. And maybe CFO are happy with that. I mean, while I think it's probably better for Frank, maybe CFO just want to make sure that Shun gets the items he needs and then kind of play off him in those team fights.
Yeah, as we say that, the Rift Herald is started up for the side of CFO, but Frankie Sports are doing a good job of shoving in this mid-wave and making sure that they can try and contest, but actually Hollow's not interested at all. He's turning his sights to the Dragon instead.
Will just be that Dragon for Herald trade, most likely. I wonder where CFO are going to use this, because it feels like if you base, go all the way bot, it's going to take you a very long time to be in position to really get a lot out of the Herald. Same time, if you use it top, do the plates on Malphite really do that much? Probably not. The Rod of Ages now completed for Pretender as well, so has that very early, obviously with the first strike. Probably has a bit more gold.
Overall, still very even. You can see Frank with a slight gold lead just from, I guess, solo kill CS lead that he's managed to build up, even though, you know, he did have that kill traded over to Rest. Overall, Shun now looking towards the bot lane turret plays. There's no one really here to contest him either. This is a bit odd.
Yeah, it looks like he's just going to grab 2 here, which is very nice pickup, especially when the Herald can probably be dropped down there later. And I guess Frank, you know, maybe just were forced into resetting in the 2v2, and now there is potentially, you know, some vulnerability around that bot tower.
Yeah, it's a bit weird to see. You would have thought that Kai'Sa Braum would win out slightly in the 2v2 bot lane, but turns out that Shun and Slater are just a little bit too strong. Really getting the better of their lane counterparts. They'll be pretty much exactly evened up now with those plates as well.
Looks now, Slater is entering this bot try, and Gemini is not far behind him. Uses the hook.
Oh, Hollow's here
very
too.
early. This could be a 3v3, but I think Jimmy gets down here earlier. And Gemini, I think he really wants to find an angle to herald this tower before the plates go down. Obviously, a lot of it is dependent on how mid lane is going, and Jimmy, well, he doesn't have the Rod of Ages yet. Looks like he is the one getting priority.
I think I want to say something, because last time that we saw Eminem on the Kaiser, sorry, we do have a little bit of a fight break out here in the mid lane, but should just be the tippers used, as we've seen Pretender do, you know, very, very often. But last time, sorry, we saw Eminem on this Kaiser, it was actually against CFO, and he kind of, I want to say, entered his build where he went Collector, even though he was against a bunch of tanks.
Oh, we hate to see that.
And I don't think he will this game, because obviously you can build both Navori and Phantom Dancer out of the 2 longswords, but I really want to look and make sure that doesn't happen, because it'll be so hard for him to ever play in these fights if he does that. But we see stun up in the mid lane. Jimmy will be going down. That's a 2nd kill now found for Hollow.
Yeah, he just continues to find these angles. Really good gap closing from him, following up on the stun from Pretender, and Jimmy, and once again being punished in the mid lane.
He was, yeah, just takes a bit too much damage. Now, very interesting here, CFO, they swapped their bot lane up to top, and this is going to allow Gemini to herald this tower without as much of a counter coming through. And we'll see, you know, Jimmy, he's just so low from trading in the mid lane. Again, down that Mythic, and then once he'd used that W on the creep, it's just flashed on by Hollow and taken out, and definitely not what you want out of your Silas counter pick here.
Yeah, overall, CFO doing a really great job of shutting down Jimmy and nice and early before he can find those skirmishes that Silas's love. CFO choose to drop the Rift Hill down top and put a couple extra plates onto Shun, but a lot of that gold is shared. Sentry finds the hook.
Hook land onto Kaiwing. He's getting so low, but is able to walk out for now, and Hollow doing his best here to clear the minion wave as Eminem finally arrives. But I think that's something like 4 plates now is gone over to Shun, and that feels so good as this Jinx.
It looks like he grabs this first tower here as well. It's going to deny a couple extra creeps, but it's now so accelerated.
Yeah, CFO now have a 1k gold lead, and most of that is on Shun. Like we've mentioned, already has the Kraken stack completed, and he's going to be well on his way to his 2nd item as well. And you really love to see that from the Jinx, you know. I feel like that getting that Infinity Edge nice and early on just gives such a boost to your power level.
I think especially if you can get it before Kaiser really gets the items to threaten you as well, does just feel like you can consistently put out more damage until that point where, you know, Eminem, much like last game, is going to start looking for those assassinations on the Shun.
Yeah, Shun's actually not opted for the IE 2nd, instead moving towards one of the Zeal items. I wonder what that's going to be. I feel like you get a lot more value from the IE early, but
I think we see a lot of Jinxes just go for the Hurricane, I think.
Yeah.
Have to see though.
Hurricane gives you a bit extra splash damage on your rocket launcher, and that does feel nice, particularly when you are against people that do like to get in your face, like the Na, Wukong, and Braum. So not the worst pickup, but will lack a little bit of just isolated one-on-one damage, of course.
Yeah. I can definitely see it making sense, especially because CFO, they kind of lack a bit of wave clear, so having that little bit of extra shove power as well really does come in handy, you know, for situations like these where CFO, they're trying to set up around the next dragon.
Yeah, only 20 seconds away now. And it's CFO who currently have the better position. Rest is top without TP, so he is going to have to walk down. And eyes as well on what ult Jimmy manages to steal here. I think it's very important for the fight. I think ideally wants the Gnar, but we'll take a couple of the others. Rest is here now. CFO, they're contesting for this mid wave.
Ender has flash available with his Tibbers. If you're going to be keeping my eyes on him to see if he can find that crucial engage. But really that could come from any of the members of Frank, you know. Even Hollow and Solo Kill, they're in the area. Solo Kill very close to his Mega Gnar as well.
Yeah, Glacial is used here onto Rest. He's not really taking any damage, but Pretender finds a nice flash Tibbers onto Shun, who is now at 1 HP. But it is Rest finding a double unstoppable force. Eminem doing what damage he can possibly do to this Malphite is going to take him down. That's 1 for 0 thus far. Another kill is found down on the bottom side, and it looks like somehow, again, Frank is just better in these team fights.
They just out-executed once again. It feels like the big team fight ultimates from the side of CFO did not connect. And I believe it was Pretender. I think he got a flash ult onto Shun. And while he managed to survive, it puts him so low and takes him out of the fight completely. So Frank, while the gold lead is even, you have to feel like they're in such a good spot now. 2 dragons to 0 and major sums advantage for the next fight too.
And now Jimmy is 0-3 on the silence. Let's take a look at how this all unfolded. Kaiwing opens it up with the Glacial Fissure onto Rest, forcing him to take as much damage as possible. And then Pretender on the side gets so much damage on the Shun. It gets instantly cleansed, but just that damage is enough to take him out of the fight completely. And from then on, it's really just history for Frank Esports. Solo kill finding another huge Narod onto 2, dishing out so much damage onto the backline. And Frank really just showcasing once again how good their team fighting is.
I'm a little worried for the Silas in this game now. You can kind of see there, Walls just decided Frank outperforming pretty much across the board. Only support really in the favor of CFO there. But I mean, we saw the Silas, I believe it was picked in game number 3 yesterday, was it? But it really felt like it didn't find any impact there either. And I think it is a little bit of a bait, because even when there are the good ults, it feels so hard to get the snowball going in this sort of meta when there are just so many champs that either shut you down in lane, or those 80 carries that kind of shut you down in team fights.
Yeah, and once again, we have to look towards the Viego as well. We've definitely, hated on it a lot in this series, and I think this game is not going to be an exception. It hasn't really accomplished anything so far other than just clearing camps, but he hasn't even got really a sizable CS lead in the jungle matchup, so you really have to question why this is being picked. And Frank Esports, they're just continually abusing that fact.
Yeah, it's definitely, an interesting sort of champ to pick up and keep playing. You lost game number 1 with it, and played it game number 2 and lost it again, and here we are with the 3rd game in a row. But Rest will use that unstoppable force. Solo kill actually getting really, really low here. Is going to get some movement speed here as he kites away, and Kaiwing arrives. Now, can they look for the turnaround? There is no flash or ult available on this Malphite, and damage coming through. Super big Death Rocket leaves Solo kill on 1 HP. Honestly, one more auto attack, and Bramble might have even taken him down, but does manage to live, and that's kind of a tragedy for Shun.
Yeah, Slaytree though.
Oh, fight coming out here too.
Yeah, just gonna disengage this time. But Frank Esports, they're playing with fire, trying to get the kill on the Rest, but it takes so long to kill. They try their best. Shun tries to get a cheeky kill on the back end of that, but just barely not able to finish off Solo kill. That could have been, a big kill for Shun. Overall, despite Frank's, big teamfight win earlier at the Dragon, the gold lead is still very much even. Mostly off the back of the sheer amount of plates that CFO were able to pick up in the early game.
Yeah, well, just so much gold that went over to Shun so early on, but now it's Eminem who hits those 2 items first. I'm still very, concerned about the Silas, right? It's a champ that normally doesn't really function that well unless it finds a snowball. Now, did manage to get some gold in the side lane there, but wow, Shun's actually up 1,200 gold over Eminem, all things considered. Just pretty nice. And Solid Hill's fallen very far behind. Is actually the lowest gold other than the 2 supports. Still manages to find pretty solid impact though.
Overall, both ADCs have 2 full items completed. Shun does have the Berserker's Greaves as his little bit of an edge over Eminem, but I feel like in the grand scheme of things, it's not going to mean all too much. Baron is up in 20 seconds, Dragon up in 145. Frank definitely feel like they're in the driver's seat despite the gold lead.
Looking here, Shun will get engaged on. He's getting so low. Hollow will find, and that's another shutdown onto Hollow. Now it's a 4v5. What can they find? Glacial Fissure, used onto Rest. He will ult here. Eminem's getting low as well. They will find him. It's a 4v4. What can Solo kill do? He just arrived. He gets 1. Shun is on a reset as Gemini here is trying to do what he can as this Kaiser, but is not able to find anyone of yet. Slaytrue will also go down here as Gemini tries to kite. Doesn't have access to ult, but does have the flash. Looks like he'll go down as well. Baron is up. There is no Kaiser damage, but with Gnar going mini, you should be able to do it.
I think they can, and we really see in that team fight, despite how far ahead Shun is, it doesn't really matter if the whole side of Frank commit to him. It's not like some of these other ADCs like the Zeri or the Xayah, where you're just so safe with all your lifesteal and self-peel. Jimmy, and maybe he's trying to look for something here. The Mega Death Rocket is still available.
Yeah, Rest has his TP up, and he's spawning in very soon. The Baron is still, not quite too low enough, and now Shun's in the area. This could be the turnaround for CFO.
Yeah, they're kind of splitting their attention here as Jimmy and will find that Gnar ult. Jump out, does solo kill, but this Baron is so low. Is it going to just reset? It looks like for now, Rest will keep it aggroed, but it does reset. So no Baron, but importantly, a lot of gold is going to go to the side of Frank after that team fight.
Yeah, and there's a lot of tempo loss for Frank as well. The Dragon is spawning in 15 seconds, but while that's coming up, let's take a look at how this all happened. You can see Pretender just beelines it towards Shun, who's quite clearly out of position. And even though he has the cleanse, there's once again so much damage put down down on him. So, Hollow rather is able to finish off that kill. And from here, it's just easy pickings for Frank. You know, CFO, they try their best to turn it around onto Eminem. Good pick there from Rest. But there's just not enough damage to follow up. Even with Gemini finding the reset, they just don't have the power available to finish off Frank.
Oh, and Baron looks like it was started up by CFO again.
Yeah, fight breaks out again. It is Kaiwing landing a 4-man Glacial Fissure. It's Rest getting targeted down. He dies without even using the ult, and now it is 5 strong of Frank trying to pressure them away. Dragon will most likely be looked at, but first it's Slaytrue. Nice boulder there, but will not be able to follow up for now. But now having this Kai'Sa damage on the Baron, you will take it a lot quicker. And importantly though, no solo kill Mega Gnar, so he won't have the impact he has in the former. Slaytrue walking up first.
Baron's already at half HP, dropping very low CFO. They have to find a way into this pit.
Yeah, fight goes off. It is going to be Kaiwing in the middle as well as Slaytrue. Eminem finds one. 3-man ult there from Jimmy, but he isn't able to find any. Eminem finds a second. Hollow finds one on the side. There's going to be Gemini going down. It is an ace for Frank, and they are going to get this Baron.
They will. They're going to grab this Baron. They should be able to get the Dragon as well. And you have to think they probably just grabbed their place in the finals as well. Up a lot of gold here on a comp that just looks unstoppable now. It's so hard for the likes of Shun to play into this, and you kind of saw, even though Jimmy and he used that stolen Gnarl to great effect, he just doesn't have the damage to back it up. I think Frank now should be able to run away with this one.
Yeah, Frank just completely cleaning up again in this Baron team fight. Shun and Slaytrue try their best to walk through this choke point, but it's just so difficult. And Kaiwing as well, just finding so much zoning potential along with Pretender. They find the hook onto Pretender to start it off, but it goes golden, and then from there he buys so much time. Even with Jimmy's huge 4-man Gnarl, there's just no damage available because Shun is just constantly getting threatened in the backline by Hollow.
This game is pretty crazy. I want to point out in that team fight, Kaiwing blocked so much damage with that Braum. I believe it's W, but back to live now. The Dragon is still alive for the time being, but you have to think Frank will take that up and then begin their push onto these towers. I think it's kind of impressive at this stage.
11 damage from the Mel fight.
Oh, that is such that's probably from the Bramble as well.
Must be, yeah.
that is such a tragedy. They'll find themselves a mid tower here, and they are importantly actually up in towers for the time being, as Eminem finally matches for their first tower down on the bot lane. But it is going to be the third Dragon, and importantly, an Ocean Soul here is the chance for Frank coming up in 5 minutes.
Yeah, Shun tries to steal with the rocket, but it's just timing's not quite there. Good attempt though. And Frank, you know, while they are firmly in the gold lead and the Dragon lead, as well as having the Baron in the back pocket, they still do have to be careful about how they close this one out, because CFO, they have so many high impact ults that they can very easily, you know, turn things around in a big team fight if they get, you know, all their key ultimates aligned.
Well, tip is used from Jimmy in here. Pretender will not commit to that one. It looks like they will turn their attentions just to this tower, and looks like it will be the second tower now going over for the side of Frank. And I feel like from here you have to start trying to make some moves on especially this mid lane tower, as Kaiwing getting really aggressive there and showing that Braum's a better champ than Viego.
Yeah.
Does more damage at least.
More damage.
Now, there are still 2 towers standing here at mid, so a lot of standing gold that Frank have yet to access. Even top towers are up, so it's only now Frank really finding themselves more gold. Even if they can just break all the tier 1s here, would be pretty nice for them. Are going to find themselves even further ahead in gold, and I think CFO probably do not have the wave clear, especially with the Silas, to be able to hold this one. Now, do Frank go towards top, or will they keep going down mid? It looks like they're going to try pressure mid. Nope, there's now pings onto that top wave. Even a TP coming out here from Pretender, so still ends up a pretty solid Baron power play, even if the base isn't quite cracked open.
Yeah, Frank's looking to slowly but steadily accelerate their gold lead. As you said, so much standing gold left on the map that it's just honestly really easy to take when you've got the Baron buff available. You can tell from the gold graph as well. Frank just, you know, off the back of multiple successive teamfight successes, able to plant themselves firmly in the lead.
Yeah, it feels kind of sad for Shun, because honestly he found himself in such a position where he could look for a lot of damage in fights, but ultimately just against the Annie, the Wukong, the Gnar, and also the Kai'Sa jumping on you, you really actually can't. and so the lead that he had, I mean, we saw it was like something like 1200 right earlier, and it just doesn't mean anything, because the whole time, all you're able to hit is really this Wukong, who's currently 7-0.
Yeah, Hollow is just an absolute menace on the Monkey King so far in this game. Dishing out so much damage, and yeah, like you said, being that sort of sole threat on Shun in the backline. And I hate to be that guy, but we've got to bring it back to the Viego pick. You know, what value was it really offering to CFO at this point in the game?
Yeah, it definitely doesn't feel like it's offering a whole much. And the Silas as well, I think it could have been a bunch of different champions, right? We saw the Talia and the Syndra both hovered, and honestly feel like either of those would have been more impactful, especially in the early game, which was where Jimmy fell behind initially. Kind of curious that despite showing great games on both of those champions, doesn't prioritize them at all. Maybe just saw what Solo Kill was doing with the Nara and said, hey, you know, I want to do that. Unfortunately, can't quite find the same impact.
Yeah, I think that's an important sort of fact to raise, is that even in this game, while it hasn't been the 4-man we saw last game, Solo Kill has continued to find really nice angles in these team fights to be able to zone important members of CFO, including Shun and also Jimmy, and also found like double Nara ults on important members as well, forcing out sums from Shun, and it has really been so impactful, this Nara. Even though he may have fallen behind early, even got solo killed early on, he's in these team fights at least, he's looked the better out of the two.
Yeah, Frank is just so far ahead that he doesn't need to find, you know, those big 5-man game-changing ultimates. He really just needs to do his job at this point, and it should be Frank's game for the taking. CFO, though, their only real DPS is on the Shun. He does have the Lord Doms completed now, no Infinity Edge, however. He has the Phantom Dance as well instead of the Runins, which is interesting. I feel like he hasn't even been able to auto 4 times in these fights.
Risk getting really low, walking a bit too far up it looks. He's going to get a double ult, but it's not on the members you'd want. And now we see Pretender coming in, will flash, will land the tippers, and with Eminem following up, that is Shun going down. Now we also see Slaytrue going down, as well as Gemini. There is only one member alive. It is Jimmy on the Silas as he gets looked at. But ultimately it looks like Frank are going to go through this bot lane and punch their ticket into the finals.
30-second death time is full side of CFO. Only Jimmy is remaining, but what can the Silas do by himself? Frank, they're looking to end the game right here and now.
I think he will, yeah. Jimmy, he can't steal any wave clear ults, I don't believe, and no, it's just going to die, it looks like. Does his best to hold on to this, but looks like Frank, 3-1 victory, are going to take this series and will be taking on PSG in the finals.
What a huge win from Frank, and so dominant once again. You know, we saw them slip up a little bit in that first game, but from then on out, it just seemed like their series to lose.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, what an incredible sort of performance, particularly in those last 2 games, I want to say, out of, I mean, Eminem solo kill and also the rest of Frank. I mean, we saw Hollow that game was 7-0. He might have finished 8-0. I didn't quite catch that, but he was so unstoppable on the Wukong. And really, I mean, Viego has Heartstopper as his alt name, and all he really did was break the hearts of CFO.
Unfortunately so, and I want to say credit to Shun on CFO. Felt like he actually did what he could. Unfortunately, what he could just wasn't enough. There was too much threat on the side of Frank, and well-deserved win over to them. And you know, this was CFO that actually took out Frank Esports' reverse sweep in the previous one, right? Also played against PSG and took them to 5 games. So, you know, do you guys think that Frank entered the playoffs potentially as a favorite?
Oh, I would not say favourite. I would say, though, if they play how they played today, assuming that CFO were playing like equally as well as they did against PSG, I say they definitely have a shot. And I mean, CFO could have won that game against PSG is the crazy thing. And now we see, I mean, this was really dominating. I mean, they got behind a bit early game, but their macro and team fighting was just so immaculate, which honestly is not really how you typically think of Frank. I think most recently that maybe the Malphite Talia game was the only real example of it, but coming really into form are every single member of this team, and I'm so excited for tomorrow.
Yeah, I think the biggest questions after yesterday's dominating series from Frank over Impunity was, were they really just that much better with Impunity off their game? But after this series as well, it really does feel like Frank is in peak form at this point in the playoffs.
I think they have kind of found their style, I guess, right?
Yeah.
There was, it was pretty close, I think, at one point. It was against DTG, I think it was, right? Where Solo Kill was prioritizing a lot of the tanks, I think it was, and, almost got eliminated there, but managed to crawl their way back. And, now, even when Solo Kill does play the kind of off-tank champion stuff like the Malphite or the Gragas, it's still looking very good. And when they do get these good matchups, it's working very well for them. So, yeah, just looking solid overall.
I want to ask a question looking towards tomorrow's game, particularly to you, Shock. The Annie was picked in all 3 of their victories. Do you think it's something that PSG perhaps have to look to take away from Pretender?
Honestly, I would say probably not. I think that Annie is kind of annoying for especially the more immobile ADs and one that can't lifesteal after. So I think it made a lot of sense up against the Jinx. But I think that Yubao will like to play stuff like Syndra into it, so he has the counters. And I think as well, Waku typically plays those champs that do sort of have a bit more self-reliance, have a bit more sustain. Will it be something prioritized? I mean, possibly, but I would say probably not.
Yeah, I guess you're pretty right there. And to you, Mal, I mean, going off roles here, do you think the Braum actually looked strong enough to be sort of in contention with these other high-tier support picks, the likes of the Lulu, Nautilus, and, I mean, Rakan Leona?
I think it really did do its job, and props to Kaiming as well for playing that out so well. You know, he soaks up the initial engage so many times with the wall, and, you know, answering back with the Glacial Fissure at so many points. It was just so crucial, you know, to enable Eminem to dish out the amount of damage he did, and unfortunately, Shin on the other side didn't have quite the same luxury, just getting targeted every single fight without any backup, really, from the rest of his team.
Yeah, okay, and quickly, between both of you, I guess we'll start with you again, Malg. Who do you think's the MVP for this game? Because I'll go first, personally. I think Annie could have got it, because I think he found, Pretender especially, found so many times of getting both Jinx's cleans and Flash, and as well as the first team fight they really won, he was kind of the reason I feel that it happened.
Yeah, this is a really tough one. Again, it feels like Frank, everyone on the team was just playing out their role to perfection. I would personally give it to Hollow. I think he just did a really good job of, you know, finding the flanks and finding so much damage on the backline and, you know, helping Pretender to negate the threat from Shin. So that would be my pick.
Yeah.
Ooh, okay, yeah, I mean, I think the obvious choice is to go Pretender. We kind of saw in this fight, the one on your screen now, that he did find that ult onto Shun and found another one just here. So back-to-back, finding those engages, I think, was very, very important. I would actually say, if not Pretender, though, I'd probably give it to Kaiwing. Like, his impact, I think, was a bit under the radar, naturally, as the Braum. Like, you're not going to have any flashy moments, really, but I think was, honestly, you know, very, very good in this game.
Yeah, I think sort of why I was impressed mostly with Kaiwing is and it might be why he picked the Braum, honestly, is every time Malphite looked to go in, he just stands in front, puts his wall up, and then there's absolutely no follow-up that can really come through. And look at the damage there, man. Again, Viego, the lowest in the game, except for the supports. And honestly, Pretender, on the Annie, solo AP Annie, found so much damage.
Yeah, it just feels like he had, you know, he was able to find the access to Shun, and so many of those fights, especially later on, Shun just really wasn't able to play the game, and you can tell that from the damage as well. He just was barely even able to auto. He was just running away the whole time.
Yeah, definitely not a good damage graph for the Jinx when you have pretty much all your team's gold. But honestly, you can't really fault Shun. Like, if any AD carry in that game, it's going to be so hard to ever play.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, big win overall from Frank. I feel like at the start of the split, a lot of people had CFO pegged as like the #2 team behind PSG. But Frank, Dark Horse, they're taking it all the way to the grand finals and might even pull off an upset tomorrow.
Yeah, and the fashion in which they've won the games too has been very dominant, obviously. And it looks like the MVP will go over to Hollow. Was 8-0-6 on the Wukong. 78% KP as well. He was involved.
Yeah, I mean, not only in the team fights as well, but also, you know, shutting down Jimin early on the Silas, right? Putting him just in the dirt from step one. And I think that was a big factor as well, because we talked about how Silas needs to find those skirmishes early to put himself ahead. And because he was set so far behind, he just wasn't able to do that.
Yeah, and I think as well, like, there's credit to Pretender for setting that up, right? Was finding very good trades. It felt like pretty much any time Hollow looked mid, Jimmy was just laning on 1 HP, which is obviously not the place you want your stars to be into. And it kind of makes you wonder, you know, why do you prioritize that so highly? Because Annie, I think, is a very counterable champion, right? Most of the majors that Jimmy's known for, stuff like the Orianna, the Syndra, is obviously very good against it. Even something like Talia, bit more of a team comp counter, right? You're not playing so much against the Annie as you are against the rest of it. So curious why the Stars was so highly prioritized.
Yeah, it is definitely an interesting look, but ultimately that will do us here for this series. It is Frank that are going to progress on to face PSG. Please do stick around though, because after the break we will come to you with an interview from Vincent.
Close our eyes, we're only No, I'll never surrender. 'Cause I'm a winner. I'm a winner. You gotta keep on, keep on, keep on. Don't let them stop you winning. Keep on, keep on, keep on, yeah. Don't let them stop you from winning and winning and winning again. I was born a champion. Got the heart of a winner. And I'll never give up. No, I'll never surrender. 'Cause I'm a winner. I'm a winner. Born a champion. Got the heart of a winner. And I'll never give up.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to our post-match interview. I'm your host tonight, Vincent Lee, joined here by Frank Esports AD Carry Player Eminem. Welcome. 好，那欢迎大家收看我们赛后采访。然后呢，我们很高兴能够邀请到胜方Frank Esports 的 AD 射手也就是 MM， 欢迎。
大家好，我是 FAK 的 AD MM。
那这个据说你的 ID 是来自于你很喜欢吃 MM， 是这样吗？不是，
是我喜欢的 rapper Eminem 对，绝对不是因为我喜欢吃 Eminem 很难吃。
So it's just a side talk. I asked him if his ID is from the chocolate snack. He said no. He actually this name actually came from his favorite rapper Eminem. All right. Congratulations on tonight's victory. It's actually the second time you face Flying Oyster in the playoffs, and this time around you managed to turn the table. Can you tell us a little bit about how you managed to turn the table regarding the things, the preparation you made? 就是这其实是你们在第二轮在季后赛里面第二次对上了 CFO 嘛？那上一次是败给了 CFO， 那这一次的话，可以说我觉得在取胜方面来说还是相对轻松的。那可以稍微告诉我们，就是说你们做了哪些改变，才能够在第二轮里面就是改变这个？
我觉得就是我们今天就是针对了我们红方的 BP， 我们昨天花了就是大概7-8个小时来讨论我们红方的 BP 到底要怎么做。所以我觉得今天赢得比较轻松的话，都是我们红方的 BP 做得非常好。
所以你们昨天比赛打完回去，
对，然后我们都一直讨论 BP， 就是讨论红方的，蓝方的就没有
关系。
对。
All right, it's mostly about our draft. Actually, after last night's match, we go back to our hotel and we spend 7 to 8 hours until dawn to discuss our ban and picks. Especially on the red side, because we think the blue side's draft is rather easy, and we spend a lot of time talking about how we're gonna do the drafts on red side, and I think that worked out really well. All right, next question. Actually, Flying Oyster is famous of their Team 5 focus play style, but you know, tonight's Team 5, it's mostly going your way, right? How did you manage to play in their game and still beat them? 就实际上来讲的话，我觉得 CFO 是一个蛮以团战强度著称的一个战队，他们也非常喜欢打各式各样的物件团。那但是实际上来说的话，我觉得今天晚上在各个团战里面，你们的表现都是要比 CFO 好的，也是你们能够3-1赢下比赛的一个主因嘛。那能够告诉我们说，你们是怎么样在 CFO 擅长而且喜欢的领域里面取胜的呢？
我觉得还是有一点跟 BP 的关系，就是我们之前选的阵容，就是我觉得 互建的视野很难踩，我们都会选一些很难踩的阵容。然后我觉得今天我们选的阵容都是，只要我们能踩下去，打第一个都会赢。然后我们针对了，我们觉得他们很长，就是退线都会开物件，然后我们的视野也针对了他们这一点，我们就很多眼看着先锋啊、龙啊，然后我们都会看着，然后我们就很轻松的可以打赢那个团战。
It's still a lot about the draft because we used to pick champions, support champions like Thresh, but actually Thresh is rather weak if we want to get vision around the objectives. So tonight's draft, we picked a lot of Braun, and Braun is really helpful to help us to push forward and get a lot of vision before objective team fights. I think that is why we can set up a good vision and beat Flying Oyster in every objective fight. Right. I want to dive a little bit more into your own role, the AD carry player role, because tonight you pick a lot of different AD carry champs. Like you pick Lucian in game 2, you pick Zeri in game 3, and you even picked Kaiser in game 4. And you all play them very well. So you are playing. You did play against Shun tonight. Tomorrow you are going to play against Wako. You three are considered like the top 3 of AD carries in PCS. Do you think you can get the first place in tomorrow's matchup? 就其实我觉得你今天晚上玩了非常多不同的 AD 的英雄，包括说你第2场选陆仙，第3场选了杰利，然后第4场选了这个凯莎。那其实老实说，在这个败部到胜部冠军战的3个 AD 选手，包括你，然后包括说这个顺，然后还有明天要面对的 Wako， 可以说是被认为是 PCS 的3大 AD 嘛。那你觉得你明天有办法能够拿下第1 AD 的位置吗？
第1 AD 是不好说了，但是我觉得第1是可以的。就是我们第1名是可以的，因为我觉得我们打 PSG 比较有信心，就是我觉得 PSG 感觉对我们来说可能比 CFO 还比较好，
稍微是一个更好的对手就对了。All right, so I am not that sure about getting the first place in the AD carry player rank list, but I think we can still manage to win tomorrow's matchup because I think PSG. For us, I think CFO is rather a harder opponent than PSG for us. So I'm still kind of confident that we can win tomorrow's matchup. All right, next question. So you managed to secure one more night in I Hotel. Yeah, how about that? 就那个恭喜你们，就是可以再住1个晚上的 I Hotel。那就是这感觉怎么样呢？你还很开心吗？
肯定开心，因为 I Hotel 的床就是我这辈子睡过最好的床，就是来台湾之后就睡得很好，每天都睡得很好。
All right, so I'm very happy about I can spend one more night in a hotel, because especially the bed, because the bed is the best bed I ever sleep on in my life. So ever since I came to Taiwan, all the sleeps are very good. Alrighty, that'll be pretty much all, but I still want to ask you one last question about tomorrow's matchup prediction. What's your prediction? 我还是要问你最后一个问题，就是传统惯例的，明天要面对 PSG， 然后来争取这个春季的 PCS 冠军，然后前往 MSI， 有信心吗？是不是已经在研究 MSI 的对手？
算是吧，就是信心肯定是有的。因为刚刚说我们觉得 CFO 比较难对付，对。
Okay. So yes, I'm pretty confident. Prediction 的那个预测
吗？都是3比1吧，感觉对，差不多3比1。
All right. I'm actually pretty confident, and I think we can win. About prediction, I guess it's going to be a 3-1. All right. So I asked him if he is already studying his opponents in MSI, and he said yes. So that'll be it. We are looking forward for tomorrow night's finals. Thank you for joining us in the interview, and that'll be it. Going back to the casters. 好，那非常感谢 M&N 参加我们的赛后采访。那我们就把镜头交还给主播台，期待明天的决赛喽。
Wow. Thank you very much, Vincent. And what a lot of confidence coming out of there at M&M. And honestly, after the way he played, it's well deserved. I think very interesting that they studied red side drafting for so long. I think that will bode well for them coming into this next series. They won't have side select, I don't believe. And so they will have to most likely play from that red side. And even looking further than that, if they are able to trump PSG, it's going to look really good for them internationally. And 3-1.
Yeah, well, they said that they felt like CFO was a harder matchup for them. I wonder why. Like maybe it has to do with the early game or something. But it was nice to see he still paid his respects for Wako. Said he wasn't sure if M&M would be the best ADC tomorrow or not. I mean, Wako is a bit of a monster, so yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, well, we'll take a look at the bracket now. And I mean, there's only one thing to look at, and that's tomorrow, which will be Frank against PSG. And I want to ask early now, we're a day out, but predictions. What are your two fellas' predictions for this one?
Oh, I'm all on the Frank hype train. I think if M&M believe it's going to be a 3-1, I'm going to say 3-1 to Frank.
Sure.
I just feel like it might be a bit disrespectful not to predict for PSG, right? Because they've just looked so good all split long, but maybe have been a bit shakier right in the playoffs. I think I'll still predict 3-2 to PSG, but I wouldn't be surprised to see Frank take it either.
Yeah, I think I'm also leaning towards the 3-2 for PSG. They have looked a little bit weaker, perhaps, in these best of fives than they did during the split, but ultimately they haven't been taken down. I think interesting, these two teams were first and second in the regular split, and now this is the first time they're facing each other as we go through towards this grand finals, and I think that in and of itself is something to be so excited for. And I mean, I actually am looking forward to the Wako versus M&M bot lane.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
It's going to be so good. Like, we've already seen M&M pop off so much, in these best of 5 series from today and yesterday as well. So yeah, to see him face off against Wako is going to be a treat for sure.
Yeah, well, I think, honestly, sort of the two ways that both of those best of fives happened was, I mean, in game number 3, I think it was, M&M found themselves some amazing plays which brought them back into the game, and likewise in game number 5 of the CFO versus PSG playoffs, it was Wako finding an amazing play that got them back into the game. So both of these guys have their sort of wits about them, and if they're able to play like they were in these most recent games, I don't know how to predict. Obviously I just have, but it really could go either way, and I think that's what makes it so exciting.
Yeah, I think both of them as well. They're like big playmaking ADCs too, right? They're not the kind of ADCs that are just gonna, their damage will be somewhat invisible. It's like, no, these are the kind of guys that will flash forward or will find those flanks. So I really think, maybe we can't even ask for a better finals than this.
Yeah, absolutely not. But that will do us now today for the semi-finals. But please join us for tomorrow. It will be, of course, PSG versus Frank. And of course, can't have done this without our host, which is Carry Live, Riot Games, and of course the sponsor, iHotel. See you tomorrow.